Okay, Leanne, I think we can go ahead and get started if you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Please go ahead and start.
Okay, good morning. I'm Aaron Yao. I'm the designated federal officer for the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. In my role as DFO, I'd like to formally open this public meeting. The CASAC is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The CASAC is empowered under the Clean Air Act to provide independent advice to the EPA administrator on the scientific and technical bases for EPA's national ambient air quality standards. FACA and EPA policy require that CASAC meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register, and that substantive deliberations and interactions with EPA and the public be conducted in open sessions where DFO is present to ensure that the requirements of FACA are met. FACA also requires that public meetings provide an opportunity for public comment. There is a public comment period noted on the agenda where members of the public have registered in advance with the SAB staff office to make oral comments. Written public comments have also been received and were distributed to the CASAC panel and posted on the meeting webpage. Minutes will be prepared to summarize discussions and action items in accordance with the requirements of FACA. I will work with the chair to certify the minutes and have them posted on the CASAC website. The CASAC consists of special government employees appointed by EPA to their positions. As government employees, the members are subject to all applicable ethics laws in implementing regulations. The SAB staff office has determined that advisors participating in this meeting have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of a loss of impartiality under federal ethics regulations relating to the topic of this meeting. For those on the phone, I'd like to note that we have a live video webcast of this meeting. To access it, go to casac.epa.gov, then click on today's meeting. You should see the link to the live video webcast. To those watching the live video webcast, please send me an email indicating your attendance. If you have previously requested a call-in number, you don't need to email me again. I would now like to turn the meeting over to Mr. Tom Brennan, Director of the Science Advisory Board Staff Office, and then over to Dr. Leanne Shepard, Chair of the CASAC.
Thank you, Aaron, and welcome everyone to this meeting of the CASAC Ozone panel. I want to thank the panel for your time and public service. Your decision to pause the review of the policy assessment to discuss scientific issues related to the integrated science assessment was not an easy one. And I know you didn't take that decision lightly, and the evidence of that was your two-day public meeting back in June. We realize there's much pressure to get the ozone NAAQS review done quickly, but we appreciate your commitment to scientific integrity, which the administrator has highlighted as one of his top priorities. Discussion of these science issues is critical to inform your advice and judgments on the policy assessment, and we look forward to a productive discussion over these next few days. And with that, I'll turn it over to our chair, Dr. Shepard. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you everyone for joining. I welcome you to this meeting of the CASAC Ozone panel for the purpose of receiving a briefing from EPA about the 2020 Integrated Science Assessment in order to help us prepare for our deliberations at our September meetings. We'll start with brief panel introductions, followed by public comments. Then we'll hear from EPA about the Ozone ISA. Our goal for this briefing is to understand aspects of the ISA that will inform our advice about the policy assessment, and we should focus our attention on topics that will be most informative and impactful for our review of the policy assessment and our advice regarding this reconsideration. So we'll start with introductions, and I'll go through the roster in alphabetical order, and I ask that panelists turn on your video when you're speaking. I'd also like to let everyone know that an additional member of the Chartered CASAC, Michelle Bell, has joined the panel, and so I will invite her in her turn to introduce herself as well. But first, I'll start with George Allen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm George Allen, Chief Scientist at NESCOM in Boston, and I'm a former Chartered CASAC member during the 2010 to 2014 review, as well as the 2011 reconsideration for ozone, and a member of several CASAC panels since 2004. My expertise is in measurement methods and exposure assessment.
Thank you, George. Ed Aval.
Morning. My name is Ed Abel. I'm professor in environmental health, population, public health sciences at Keck School of Medicine at USC. Actually, recently retired as of a week ago, but on recall already. So I am here. My training has been in environmental health, epidemiology, and children's health research, as well as exposure assessment. And I have, similar to George, served on several previous CASAC panels on ozone, NOx, and SOx, PM, and SO2. And happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Bell.
I am Michelle Bell. I'm at Yale University at the School of the Environment. I also have secondary appointments at the School of Public Health, also the Environmental Engineering appointment, and also the new Jackson School of Global Affairs. My background is epidemiology and environmental engineering, and I work on different ways that the environment, including air pollution and other exposures, negatively or positively impact human health. And I've been involved in CASAC in a variety of capacities, including a previous version of CASAC Ozone Panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Boylan.
Hello, Jim Boylan, Assistant Branch Chief for Georgia EPD's Air Protection Branch. My background is ambient monitoring, emission inventory development, state rulemaking, SIP development, and dispersion modeling and photochemical modeling for regulatory purposes.
Thank you. Judy Chow.
Hi, my name is Judy Chow. I'm a research professor at Desert Research Institute. We're part of University of Nevada higher education system. My research interest has been focused on ambient source characterization, worked a little bit on chemical analysis, data analysis, receptor modeling, source apportionment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Frampton.
Good morning, Mark Frampton, Professor Emeritus at the University of Rochester Medical Center, and my training is in pulmonary medicine. I'm in the pulmonary critical care division, and my research has been on the human health effects of air pollutants using human exposure studies, mostly focusing on ozone, particulate matter, and NO2. And I was a chartered member of the previous CASAC and have been on ozone and PM panels in the past.
Thank you. Christina Fuller.
Good morning. I'm Christina Fuller. I'm an associate professor at the University of Georgia College of Engineering. My expertise is in environmental engineering, exposure science, and epidemiology, and I specialize in environmental health and justice. And I previously have served on the PM panel, and I'm a chartered member of CASAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Gordon. Is Terry here today? Let's move on to Catherine Carr.
Hello, this is Catherine Carr. I'm at the University of Washington, where I'm in the Department of Pediatrics and the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences. Much of my expertise and interest in research has focused on early life exposure to air pollutants and other contaminants and child health and development.
Thank you.
This is my first involvement in the CASAC.
Thank you. Michael Kleinman.
Good morning. I'm Mike Kleinman. I am a professor in the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health in the College of Health Sciences at UC Irvine. I have served on several previous panels, including the previous ozone panel. And I am by training an inhalation toxicologist. I have done studies with both animal and human subjects. And I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up is Danica Lombardozzi.
Hi, everyone. I'm Danica Lombardozzi, and I'm a project scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. My research, part of my research focuses on the impact that ground level ozone has on plant processes and understanding the impacts on plant health.
Thank you. Howard Neufeld.
Hi, I'm a professor at Appalachian State University. I'm a plant ecophysiologist. I've worked on ozone effects on native wildflowers and trees, and particularly in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. And I was a consulting member on the 2010-2014 ozone CASAC.
Thank you. Jennifer Peel.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Peel. I'm a professor of epidemiology at Colorado State University in the Colorado School of Public Health. I'm an environmental epidemiologist and broadly look at the health effects of ambient and household air pollution.
Thank you. Richard Peltier.
Good morning, I'm Rick Peltier. I'm a professor in environmental health science at the University of Massachusetts. I'm trained as an atmospheric chemist and an empiricist. I make measurements of air quality and I conduct exposure science research. While I've been on GAF tag for the WHO for more than a year, this is my first go around with CASAC.
Thank you. Alexandra Panek-Gonzalez.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Alexandra Panek-Gonzalez. I'm a professor of geography and the environment at the University of North Texas. And my research focuses on atmospheric ecosystems interactions. And specifically, I'm interested in the ecological effects of air pollution and atmospheric deposition.
Thank you. Jeremy Sarnat.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Sarnat, Emory University, Department of Environmental Health. I study air pollution exposure and health, mainly in panels and small cohorts.
Thank you. Jason West. I guess Jason's not here today either. So I realized I overlooked introducing myself. And so, I'm Leanne Shepard, and I'm a professor at the University of Washington in both environmental and occupational health sciences, as well as biostatistics. I'm trained as a biostatistician, and I am most interested in understanding the exposure assessment and features of exposure assessment and how that affects our ability to estimate the health effects of air pollution. And so now I'm going to turn the meeting over to Aaron to run the public comment session.
Okay, so we will go ahead and get started with our public comment period. Before we start, I wanted to go over the ground rules once again. You will be limited to 5 minutes to make your oral statement. There will be a visible and audible 5-minute timer to help keep the time. To make the best use of your time, please focus your oral comments on the documents under review. Other comments can be included in the written comments and referenced in the oral statement. Input from the public to the CASAC panel will have the most impact if it provides specific scientific or technical information or analyses for the CASAC panel to consider, or if it relates to the clarity or accuracy of the technical information. Please remain professional and civil, refraining from any personal attacks. Then lastly, if panel members have clarifying or follow-up questions for public commenters, they will have an opportunity to do so after each public presenter, but they are not obligated to respond to public comments. Okay, so with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first speaker. Our first speaker will be Shyamala Rajan with the American Lung Association.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I'm Dr. Shyamala Rajan, National Director of Policy for Healthy Air for the American Lung Association. The Lung Association has a long-standing commitment to the principles embedded in the Clean Air Act, including the setting and enforcement of national ambient air quality standards for criteria pollutants to protect the health of all communities and vulnerable groups. Several months ago, we submitted detailed oral and written comments, strongly disagreeing with EPA's flawed evaluation of the scientific data in its ISA and its subsequent erroneous conclusion that current ozone nags do not need revision. We provided a scientific rationale and the application of a margin of safety to account for uncertainties associated with inconclusive scientific information to revise the current standard to 60 ppb to protect public health. Today, we emphatically urge CASAC to balance the need for a thorough assessment of EPA's conclusions drawn from the ISA with the urgent need for a timely conclusion of the process. In formulating its recommendations, we also urge the committee to consider all published data irrespective of the origin and give way to epidemiological data. Climate penalty imposed on air quality, cumulative impacts in risk assessment, environmental justice and community vulnerability of populations who are exposed not only to pollutants, but also to socioeconomic stressors that compound the adverse impacts of air pollution. There is evidence of causality of significant respiratory illness at exposures of above 60 ppb from both controlled human exposure studies assessed in the ISA and from a very recent epidemiological study from China. The US studies show statistically significant decreased lung function and increased inflammation in the airways of healthy adults at 60 ppb. It's biologically plausible that such an exposure would lead to a more acute symptomatic illness in vulnerable populations. The Chinese study of a very large cohort of children concluded that exposure to ambient ozone concentration above 40 ppb contributed to an increased risk of acute asthma attacks. These ISA studies alone strongly support strengthening the current standard. Multiple international entities which have assessed the same literature on ozone health impacts as the EPA have set standards close to 60 ppb to protect public health, which was also the advice given to EPA by the 2015 CASAC. In summary, we reiterate our ask of a timely conclusion of your evaluation of scientific data to revise the current standard so that the EPA can complete its rulemaking in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any panelists have any questions or comments for Shamala Rajan? Okay, hearing none, I'll turn it back over to Aaron for the next public speaker.
Okay, our next public speaker will be James Enstrom with UCLA and Scientific Integrity Institute.
I am Dr. James Enstrom. I've had a long career as an epidemiologist at UCLA and have made significant contributions to air pollution epidemiology, particularly regarding the importance of transparency and reproducibility. I have made oral public comments to CASAC on November 17th, February 25, and June 8th, and I've submitted detailed written criticism based on these comments. My criticism is highly relevant to the PM 2.5 and ozone NACs. Thus far, the criticism by me and numerous other public speakers has been totally ignored by CASAC. This lack of response represents disrespect for objective science by CASAC. I described this disrespect in my August 16 talk, Politicized EPA Promotes Anti-Science, Anti-American Pseudoscience. I pointed out that the January 2021 presidential order protecting public health directed immediate review and action to address the promulgation of federal regulations and other actions during the last 4 years. This order challenged the validity of all federal regulations during the Trump administration and led to the unjustified creation of the current CASAC. This order is a prime example of how regulatory science in America has become highly politicized. An ongoing federal lawsuit makes a strong case that the current CASAC is illegally constituted because it violates the Federal Advisory Committee Act requirements of viewpoint diversity and no conflicts of interest. In addition, CASAC refuses to address the evidence that current levels of human exposure to PM 2.5 and ozone in the United States are below the levels of known human health effects. In my office in the supposedly polluted city of Los Angeles, my ozone monitor reads about 10 parts per billion. I'm showing this right now on the screen. It bounces around, but it's been typically around 10 parts per billion. My PM 2.5 monitor reads about 3 micrograms per cubic meter. These levels are far below the current NACs. Also, the CASAC refuses to acknowledge the extreme publication bias against null air pollution health effects findings that I have documented in my earlier comments. The 2021 EPA policy assessment for PM 2.5 ignored at least 60 authors, including myself, who have published null findings or criticized the PM 2.5 NAAQS. Similar publication bias exists regarding the ozone NAAQS. But even with this bias, the 2022 EPA ozone assessment recommended leaving the ozone NAAQS unchanged. Also, the CASAC refuses to support the fundamental principle of the scientific method that air pollution health effects must be based on findings that are transparent and reproducible. My 2017 and 2018 reanalysis of the CPS2 cohort found serious flaws in the seminal Pope 1995 article and the 2000 EPA reanalysis and demonstrated the importance of access to underlying data. However, on April 18th, Science Editor-in-Chief Holden Thorpe reinforced his strong bias against EPA transparency by personally writing to me that he will not publish any article, letter, or electronic letter that I submit to Science that supports strengthening transparency in regulatory science. As my final evidence of anti-science bias, Christina Fuller gave a misleading presentation in the June 26th HEI webinar, Setting Ambient Air Quality Standards, What Science Got to Do with It. Furthermore, she has not addressed my June 30 evidence that science has nothing to do with the current NAAQS. Even worse, the HEI Board of Directors Chair, Richard Meserve, rejected my June 30 request to initiate an independent investigation of misconduct by HEI. In conclusion, CASAC must address the extensive evidence that Americans are not harmed by current personal exposure to PM 2.5 and ozone, but are harmed by the regulations that are due to scientifically flawed NAAQS. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Do any panelists have any questions or comments for James Enstrom? Okay, thank you very much for your comments. I'll turn it back over to Aaron to introduce the next public speaker.
Our next public speaker will be Ronald Stein with PTS Advance.
Good morning, Ron Stein. I'm co-author of the Pulitzer Prize nominated book, Clean Energy Exploitations, and policy advisor on energy literacy for the Heartland Institute and for the Committee for a Constructive Tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my judgment on the reconsideration of the ozone standard under review by the EPA CASAC. This reconsideration is surprising to me, as my understanding is that in December of 2020, the EPA decided to retain the standard set previously at 70 parts per million. America, with 4% of the world's population, 330 million versus 8 billion, professes to be the leader of everything, but tightening the national ambient air quality standard for a particular matter is ludicrous when China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Africa, and Vietnam are building new coal-fired power plants that will emit even greater emissions. China with 1.4 billion, India with 1.36 billion, Indonesia 270 million, Japan 126 million, Vietnam 80 million. They're planning on building more than 600 new coal-fired power plants. African countries with more than 1 billion people are planning to build more than 1,200 new coal and gas-fired power plants by 2030. With America representing only 4% of the world's population, I think it is morally, ethically, and socially irresponsible to impose on the American public the additional cost to further clean up the cleanest country on the planet. The human health effects of ozone based on actual human exposure to ozone simply do not warrant reducing its limits. Sadly, too much of the statistical data used to make the current ozone standard have not been made available to us wishing to further study it ourselves. Actual evidence of real human data show no support for lowering ozone standards. In fact, they give reason to make the standard less stringent. On an even more practical basis, the ozone standards is impossible to obtain in many places, including California. California, one of the largest states in the country, representing 0.5% of the world's population, currently with the highest cost of electricity, highest cost of fuel, highest cost of living, where it's impossible for the South Coast Air Basin to attain even the 1997 ozone standards of 80 parts per million as a result of federal installations in the area. Finally, I wish to point out EPA's own data showing that the national average of ozone levels has declined significantly in the past 2 decades. Without doubt, largely due to EPA efforts, and our air quality has continued to improve across the country under our current regulatory framework, making the reconsideration of present ozone standard of 70 parts per million unnecessary. In closing, let me say that there could not be a worse time to consider making ozone standards more stringent based on the negative impact on the American industry and trucking at this time when inflation is damaging the standard of living for all but the richest of Americans. Our fuel prices are near double from a year ago. Our food costs are following a similar trend. Our nation could well be headed for a major recession, whether it be the result of the war in Ukraine, Russian policies, or US government restrictions. It is clearly a time to delay any action that would exacerbate the difficulties Americans are now experiencing. Thank you for your consideration and my thoughts on this process.
Thank you, Ronald Stein, for your input. I open it up to the panel if you have any questions or comments for him. Okay, hearing none, I turn it back over to Aaron for the next public speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Kathleen Wells with the Naked Truth Report.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Wells. I'm the host of the Naked Truth Report. I also have a law degree from UC Berkeley, Bolt Hall. When I graduated, it was called Bolt Hall. We can no longer say Bolt Hall because it's not politically correct. So it's just UC Berkeley now. And first, I'd like to say that political correctness has destroyed Black America. These are the issues that I go over, the data I go over in my radio show, The Naked Truth Report. But let me start at the beginning. The founding fathers knew what they were doing when they drafted the Constitution and included checks and balances because they understood human nature. So whether one is a scientist or an academician or a plumber or a lawyer or a housemaker or an engineer, whatever they are, they're human. And human nature is influenced by by benefits or things that disadvantage them. Human nature, I'll put it this way, human nature acts the same throughout the ages, no matter what. So the federal and when I made my comments on June 8th, I asked the question, why is the panel reviewing the standards prior to the five-year requirement, which is required by the act? Okay. When I made those comments on June 8th, I had not read the lawsuit filed against EPA. Now that I've had an opportunity to read that lawsuit, I see that the panel, the way it's constituted, violates the Federal Advisory Committee Act. All of your panel members are academicians. No industry professionals are represented on your panel. And this is why I appreciate the opportunity to lodge a public comment, to go public with my comment, because this must be part of the record, that people are aware, given the recent revelations from the CDC that have been disclosed to the American people, transparency from administrative agencies is necessary, and especially when those policies adversely impact the American people. The American people and the CDC's disclosures is the recent revelation for the American people. The American people will no longer tolerate lack of transparency from administrative agencies. So I spoke last time when I made a public comment about Black Americans. I don't know about people of color, but I know that Black Americans have been in this country since its founding. And I know the data on Black American. In fact, I just recently blogged about how an independent trucker, all Black American independent truckers in Los Angeles were put out of business because of the regulations from the EPA. They could not comply with those regulations and they were put out of business. So the issue about Black Americans being adversely affected economically is clear when you no longer have independent truckers, Black American truckers in Los Angeles. Now, you talk about the scientific evidence. The organization Clientel, which is climate intelligence, says that there are over 1,200 scientists who have signed a declaration indicating there is no climate emergency. So the question is, why are we reviewing these standards before the 5-year period? Why is the panel violating the Federal Advisory Committee Act? Why is a lawsuit being filed against the EPA? Where are the answers? You must be able to justify getting away from long-standing procedures and protocol. What is the need to get away from that? So without answering these questions, one thinks that it's merely an attempt to usher in the new Green Deal. And the new Green Deal does not help. It's merely a mechanism to control the American people. And thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen Wells, for your comments. Are there any panelists who wish to ask a question or make a comment? Okay, seeing no hands up, I'll turn it back over to Aaron for the next public speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Georgia Murray with the Appalachian Mountain Club.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Georgia Murray, a staff scientist representing the Appalachian Mountain Club. I'm focusing my comments on ecological and climate effects of ozone pollution. I do appreciate this CASAC panel's approach of a robust review of the science in the ISA. As you focus your considerations to those that have direct impacts on your upcoming review of EPA's proposed policy assessment, it is important to elevate not only responses to EPA's charge questions today, but the relevant science that can support protective primary and secondary ozone standards. Just as important for public health and welfare is realizing the benefits of this process and therefore adhering as close as possible to EPA's schedule of a finalized rule by the end of 2023. AMC believes strongly in a science-based approach to policy development. The 2020 ISA contains and refers back to a long record of quantifying the impacts of ozone on vegetation in the form of cumulative metrics, and specifically the W126. In fact, the record was considered robust enough in 2007 when the CASAC panel and EPA staff recommended a distinct W126 standard. This happened again in 2009, the reconsideration with both CASAC and EPA staff agreeing on the W126 form for the secondary standard. In 2014, that CASAC advanced a strong recommendation for the W126 form, while EPA unfortunately shifted to focusing on equating the primary form with the W126. 15 years later, the science on the negative and wide-ranging impacts of ozone on plants and ecosystems is only clearer, and the application of the cumulative metric only more urgent. Short-term exposures that are relevant to human health do not adequately represent the cumulative seasonal exposures that are most biologically relevant for natural ecosystems. Not only does the current primary standard form not make sense based on the science, the simple mathematics of trying to use the primary standard form as a proxy for a cumulative-based standard is not holding up. EPA's materials they are presenting today identifies the current disconnect between the primary ozone standard form and the cumulative W126. Slide 8 points out that because of the timing of the seasonal ozone maxima and compression of the ozone concentration distribution, the observed declines in the fourth highest 8-hour daily maximum ozone concentrations do not align with a decrease in the concentration of the weighted metric like the W126. How the W126 does or does not relate to the primary standard should not be the main consideration, but it is important to note that such relationships are not holding up. Science-based biological endpoints should drive the form of the standard as well as the level. Again, previous CASACs and various vegetation experts have stated consensus that an annual 2% relative biomass loss is biologically relevant and can compound over time, making the growth of forests much more limited over the long term, making them less effective in storing carbon in the face of climate change. Climate change impacts from ozone should be considered in the context of the global crisis and urgency for action. The U.S. Forest Service, in its forest inventory assessment bioindicators work on ozone, has stated that small decreases in net photosynthesis on other growth-related processes compound over the lifespan of a tree and may produce significant growth reductions or translate into large changes in stand dynamics, even if the effects go undetected in the short term due to the inherent complexities and variability of natural systems. I also think it's important to reiterate that additional quantitative evidence relating to tree relative biomass loss to the W126 is now published. Lee et al. Reanalyzed open top chamber exposure response studies of 16 tree species. They report W126 levels that result in a predictive relative biomass loss of 5%, ranging from 2.5 to 9.2 ppm hours for 7 sensitive tree species. The National Park Service has identified benchmarks using W126 of less than 7 ppm hours to identify good conditions or less than 2% biomass loss. And the agency has indicated that EPA's proposal of a W126 of 17 ppm hour values is biased high. European ozone critical loads also use cumulative annual standards and biomass loss benchmarks for various tree species to drive the level of those standards. In conclusion, I urge this panel to emphasize to EPA that there is a significant body of science that continues to support a cumulative annual W126 metric as the form of the secondary standard that advances the importance of limiting biomass loss to a level of less than 2% annually and supports strong ecosystem protections in recommending a form and level for a secondary ozone standard. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Do any panelists have questions or comments related to Georgia Murray's presentation? Okay, seeing no hands raised, I turn it back over to Aaron for to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Daniel Orozco with National Parks Conservation Association.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this meeting. I'm Dr. Daniel Orozco, and I'm the Senior Clean Air and Climate Manager at the National Parks Conservation Association, NPCA. The purpose of my testimony today is to ask CASAC to stay committed and move speedily to recommend that EPA explicitly create a separate cumulative form for the secondary standard that will finally protect public welfare against damaging exposures to ozone. We are very concerned that EPA's recent draft policy assessment concluded that its review of the science does not call into question the adequacy of the protection provided by the current secondary standard, and that this science supports considerations of retaining the current standard without revision. These claims run contrary to the scientific evidence, and CASAC has repeatedly recommended over the years, and courts have agreed that EPA must either revise the secondary standard downward to protect against an irregular high ozone year or the agency to adopt the form of a single-year W126 index, because the harm that ozone poses to vegetation is not just from irregular events, but also from cumulative exposure. Plant, trees, and ecosystems need their own standard to protect against ozone exposure. In several instances, courts have found EPA's attempts to justify keeping the secondary standard identical to primary to be insufficient, in stating in 2015 that basing the secondary standard on a single year period will provide more protection for annual crops and for the anticipated cumulative effects on perennial species than the 3-year average, which is used for the primary. Moreover, there is a lack of biological relevance of a single day metric such as the current fourth highest maximum 8-hour average. A single high ozone day may or may not cause a measurable reduction in growth, but over the growing season, an accumulated ozone dose may determine productivity. For plants, the form of the standard must be cumulative over the growing season. As advocates of the health of our national parks, we want to lift up the National Park Service recommendations in previous comments in considering public welfare for determining ozone effects. That greater weight must be given to the implications of ozone for natural protected ecosystems, including national parks and other natural areas. We share their concerns that the W126 of 17 ppm as a benchmark value for protection of vegetation is not adequately protective of sensitive species or ecosystem. The standard should use a W126 values between 7 and 13 ppm that are more directly tied to protective ecosystems and biomass loss prevention effects as specified in the scientific literature. Ozone is a potent pollutant, and the harmful effects on plants can trigger negative downstream effects on water cycling, herbivores, pollinators, and nutrient cycling. A biomass loss target value in a distinct secondary standard that is congruent with the critical load framework will minimize the effects of air pollution on natural ecosystems. We urge CASAC to be consistent with both the new and the older science, with the goal of recommending a biologically relevant secondary standard, and to justify sufficiently that a meaningful secondary standard becomes almost inevitable to protect our natural resources that are being so heavily harmed and affected by human pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do any panelists have questions or comments for Daniel Orozco? Okay, seeing no hands up, I will turn it over to Aaron for our next public speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be AK Kamara with Project 21.
Thank you for allowing me to make public comments. My name is AK Kamara, and I'm a member of Project 21. We're an initiative of the National Center for Public Policy and Research, and we were launched in 1992 to promote conservative and libertarian Black leaders in the media so that news coverage better reflects the true diversity and thought throughout the Black community. I'm speaking today because looking through the report, I keep seeing that there is this consensus that somehow the health of these effects are most important. While I agree, and we agree with this assessment, there is not any consideration about the economic impact that policies that will be implemented due to this report will have on the Black community. As most people understand, in the United States, there is disparity of income and wealth between Black America and white America. And we believe through our organization that the only way to close this gap is to truly empower economic freedom in the Black community. This report does not address these issues. Within Project 21, we understood that there was a dearth of information and a dearth of media coverage when it came to addressing these issues. How can we balance being able to protect our environment, make sure that we have a better world for our children, while also not cutting off our nose to spite our faces economically? So what we did is we created a blueprint. And that blueprint is something that we hope that anybody listening to this public comment can understand when they are looking at implementing any recommendations in regards to the environment. And it is simply laid out that anytime there is an assessment, anytime there is a recommendation, that there must be an economic impact study about what the economic repercussions will be with this specific policy that is implemented to the Black community. And we're not talking about some ethereal, we're not talking about feeling good, we're talking about actual economic impact. Will this hurt Black Americans if a factory cannot open, in which, again, the people that suffer the most are in the Black community? We can point to dozens and hundreds of cases in which there was a potential economic boon to a community that is a marginalized community, but it was shut down because of environmental concern. And there's nothing that is more detrimental to the Black community than being able to have economic freedom. Now, I know that there are people that will listen to this and they'll say, you know what we'll do is we'll handle that. The government will give you some type of benefit to help offset you. We're gonna work on these other things. We're gonna teach you to be more sustainable. That is not what will help the Black community. What will help the Black community is creating and closing the economic gap, creating economic prosperity to close the economic gap. So we ask that anytime there is a consideration made about the environmental impact to an area, that you follow our blueprint. You can go and look at our blueprint of what economic justice means for Black America, be able to have a means test to say, is this impact going to shut down economic well-being? How many jobs would be lost if this company cannot open up this business? And what will that impact be to the Black community? We encourage anyone, again, listening to this public comment, to challenge any lawmakers that will take recommendations from this panel and from this committee, and always keep in your mind the most important thing that can be done to help close the gaps that exist in our society between Black America and white America, and between other communities of color and white America, is to unleash economic freedom. Thank you for your time. This is the end of my comment.
Thank you. Do any panelists have any questions or comments for A.K. Kamara? Okay, seeing no hands up, I turn it back over to Aaron.
Okay, our next speaker will be Michael Austin.
Hello, my name is Michael Austin. I am president and owner of Knowledge and Decisions Economic Consulting. I served as chief economist for 2 state governors. I'm a nationally recognized scholar in poverty and taxation studies, and I make it a life mission to analyze government policy and, of course, their effects. As such, I asked this panel not to lower the ozone national ambient air quality standards below 70 parts per billion. I asked that this panel act with great caution and great humility and not impose another one-size-fits-all rule that will create consequences that no one on this panel would ever expect. If there's one thing to take from my public comment, it's that every human decision has consequences. While, of course, members of this panel acknowledge this and perhaps even feel justified to impose more regulation, it is also true that human decision brings unintended consequences. As an example, 110 years ago, the world was in fear over the epic tragedy of the Titanic sinking. As a result, a new American law stipulated that any American ship over 100 tons had to carry enough lifeboats for every passenger on board. At first glance, this might seem as common sense, but unfortunately it led to more tragedies. Thanks to this law, a ship known as the SS Eastland turned from an excursion steamer to a death trap in just 25 feet of water. The extra weight of the mandated additional lifeboats rolled her over, and nearly 1,000 of Chicago's poor had perished. Now, this phenomena isn't unique to ship designs and buoyancy. In the late 1980s in Mexico City, the residents were suffering from extreme air pollution. The city responded with a law that banned cars from roads during the winter, depending on the numbers on the license plate. Afterwards, air quality did not improve in Mexico City. It got worse. Residents resorted to taking taxis instead of their own cars, which at the time gave off more pollution. More importantly, residents bought a second car so that they could drive it on the day that the city had banned their first one. And did they purchase fuel-efficient, lacking pollution cars? No. They bought the junkiest, cheapest, and most polluting cars they could find. I tell you these stories not to warn that your efforts to create better air quality are counterproductive, but to remind you that one-size-fits-all solutions are destined to fail. Moreover, your actions simply are not needed. According to the State of Global Air, the US average 8-hour ozone concentration was 43 parts per billion in 2019, roughly 40% lower than the ozone standard set today. Additionally, thanks to American innovation and productivity, ozone exposure is roughly 6.4% lower than in 2010. This comes from the same source. Instead, increasing standards will tighten the noose around our already fragile economy. Tougher standards hurt manufacturing, construction, transportation businesses that are filled throughout Middle America and, of course, the middle class. Don't make the heartland suffer because a few cities on the coast can't get it together. Read Project 21's work on environmental justice for Americans, particularly for African Americans. And as you consider the ozone standards, call for an economic impact model so that you can better realize how human beings react to every rule, every regulation, and every order that governments impose. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do any panelists have any questions or comments for Michael Austin? Okay, seeing none, I turn it back to Aaron to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Seth Johnson with Earth Justice.
Thanks. Good morning. I'm Seth Johnson, an attorney at Earth Justice. We submitted several comments in connection with your June meetings. I've sent them to Aaron for circulation again, and I want to draw your attention particularly to two. One was filed June 30th by several environmental groups and focuses on how you might move in a speedy and scientifically responsible way here. The second was filed June 1st just by Earth Justice and provides a list of key issues we believe CASAC should weigh in on to provide the most useful advice for ensuring public health and welfare are protected. We filed several others that I hope you consider carefully as well. Today, I'll address three issues. The first is process and timing. The second is the primary standard and EPA's over-reliance on chamber studies. And the third is how EPA can and should move ahead now with a separate, stronger secondary standard. So first, process and timing. We appreciate very much how the discussion points seek to focus on policy-relevant scientific issues that will inform and impact your advice on a PA. We'd add to that, to maximize the likelihood that your advice is applied in a meaningful way, please honor to the maximum extent you can EPA's schedule calling for final EPA action on reconsideration by December 2023. I'd hope and expect EPA determines that schedule based on a careful look at relevant practical considerations. You might ask EPA for information about what it's thinking regarding timing and what it might need from you and by when to meet that timing. The current record supports stronger standards. Stronger standards are long overdue. Let's get there now. You may well find areas for further improvements to the standards, and those can come in future reviews. Second, the primary standard. We tremendously appreciate the discussion points questions about ozone exposures in chamber studies versus in the real world. Though chamber studies have major strengths, they don't tell the full story of the health harms ozone causes in the real world. As a matter of law, it's the real world health harms ozone causes for sensitive populations like children with asthma that matter for the primary standard. Those key populations are not the subjects of the chamber studies EPA fundamentally relies on. As I sketched out in my oral comments on June 8th, nothing in the Clean Air Act requires or even really permits EPA to look just at the effects of ozone in a vacuum. Instead, the Act contemplates that the adverse health effects the NAAQS must prevent can be produced by the pollutant at issue in conjunction with other pollutants and other factors. That said, I want to note that the chamber study evidence of ozone's effects has gotten still more powerful recently. The new Hernandez et al. Study from 2021 reports statistically significant lung function decrement averaging 2.5% in healthy adults exposed primarily at rest to average ozone of 70 parts per billion over 6.6 hours. This new evidence strengthens the existing evidence. Under governing legal precedent, strengthened evidence can be a good reason for EPA to strengthen a standard. We recommend you consider whether that new study confirms that adverse effects occur in healthy adults and or more sensitive populations at 70 parts per billion over 8 hours. The NAAQS must prevent those effects. If the current standard is not adequate to prevent such effects, it must be changed. Finally, the secondary standard. The science on ozone's harmful ecological effects is well established. Though the discussion questions suggest you may have some concern, the current ISA is adequate to allow for consideration of protecting vegetation and ecosystems, including with a secondary standard with an alternative form. The current ISA is adequate because it explicitly rests on prior ISAs that were more than adequate for these purposes. EPA's prior ISAs for ozone in both 2008 and 2015 in those reviews, were strong enough to allow EPA staff and CASAC to analyze the robust evidence of ozone's ecological effects and recommend a secondary standard with an alternate form. EPA departed from those recommendations twice, and it lost twice in court. EPA's ISAs for ozone build on one another. They say so expressly, repeatedly. The general preamble to the ISAs says, each ISA builds upon the conclusions of previous assessments for the pollutant under review. The 2020 ozone ISA repeatedly makes similar points and cites the 2013 ISA over and over again. The current ISA's discussion of ecological effects describes itself as just, quote, a concise update to Chapter 9 of the 2013 Ozone ISA and Chapter 9 of the 2006 Ozone Air Quality Criteria document. It also notes repeatedly that new research largely strengthens the previous conclusions on the ecological effects of ozone, with prior key conclusions remaining well established and valid. So the evidence and discussion in past ISAs and policy assessments and CASAC letters is readily available to you and to EPA. Both you and EPA can and should draw extensively on that evidence and discussion. And to the extent that it's not enough in the foreground of the discussion in these documents, you can supplement the science to show that it's strong enough for EPA to move forward in a scientifically well-grounded way. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments. Do any panelists have questions or comments for Seth Johnson? Okay, seeing none, I invite Aaron to introduce the next panelist.
Okay, our next speaker will be Emery McClendon. Emery, are you there? If you are, you're muted.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but your video went away.
Oh boy. I don't know how to turn it back on.
It's okay. Go ahead and just give your public comment.
Okay. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to address you concerning the implementation of new EPA environmental ozone regulations moving forward. I address this topic as a concerned member of the Black community who has heard firsthand experiences from those who will be the most affected financially, environmentally, and economically by future regulations. The views that I express are my own, and they reflect the attitude and feelings of many people of color as a consequence of new regulations associated with so-called man-made climate change and the implementation of future environmental policies to combat it. Sorry. The EPA should reconsider making drastic changes to its environmental policies and take into consideration the effects and extra burdens these new policies will place on America's most vulnerable citizens. I refer to Blacks, poor, people of color, and the elderly, and minority-owned businesses. Many people in these largely minority-occupied urban areas are already suffering and struggling to make ends meet and cannot afford to reallocate their hard-earned money or government stipends to cover the excessive costs related to the burdens that will be placed on them through the higher cost and taxes associated with these new requirements, regulations, and standards associated with compliance. Families in these communities are currently facing tough decisions regarding their allocation of budgets. Because of the recent rise in fuel costs, these families are finding it very difficult to find money to pay for higher gas prices at the pump caused by the Biden administration and other global events. Many rely on public transportation as a means of travel. They are now being asked to transform to higher priced electronic vehicles, which are more expensive and well beyond the means of their limited incomes. EVs are not a valid option for people already struggling to make ends meet. Not only are higher fuel costs causing these families to consider how to spend their paychecks, which, by the way, are many times lower on the average than many non-minority workers. They bring home smaller paychecks because the available jobs in these communities are far below the wage scale of the industrial or high-tech jobs that are many times out of reach of those living in urban areas because of education requirements. Location, lack of transportation, and layoffs because of the pandemic and businesses downsizing. These cuts drastically affect the people in Black and minority communities, and many people become terminally unemployed. No community or group of people should be forced to make decisions that will severely impact their health, whether or not they can provide food on the table for their families to eat, or the ability to heat or cool their homes because of excessive regulations cost their hard-earned dollars to pay for upgrades or compliance to other burdening regulations. They are faced with a choice of personal survival or submission to environmental compliance. New EPA regulations are race-based and are looked upon as the new Jim Crow by people of color. They are void of how they will adversely affect our most vulnerable citizens. Many regulations are have not been proven to provide for a clear environment or to reduce energy consumption. These regulations attach more burdens on Black and minority-owned businesses that simply do not have the extra means to raise the capital to comply. Therefore, more jobs will be lost, and many businesses that employ the people in these communities will be forced to close. In addition, new businesses will not find it economically sound to move into these older urban areas because of outdated infrastructure, which is too expensive and not feasible to update. Many of the businesses in these areas are already the culprits of unnecessary pollution and corrosion that affect the health and welfare of those living in our communities. Accessibility is also a problem in urban areas because of lack of space to expand city streets and accommodate increased industrial traffic and construction. The Build Back America Act, the Green New Deal, and the Inflation Reduction Act will only further burden these Black-owned businesses and Black citizens with additional financial disparity. Taxes will continue to rise, but property values will decline, and businesses will continue to fail at a greater rate because of the supply chain and other unintended consequences. The results will cause a further plight on Black communities and businesses. The cost of cleanup would be unreasonable. The solution is not in granting increased governmental handouts or subsidies to these families or communities. They only place people in deeper poverty and dependency. Our communities don't need more handouts. They need economic stability, access to better paying jobs, and education. The EPA needs to consider more facts before proceeding, other than imposing fines and regulations that do not take into account the personal aspects and concerns of every American citizen and their futures. EPA regulations, environmental issues, and concerns should be implemented using a boots-on-the-ground approach in disadvantaged neighborhoods, taking into consideration the community's concerns. After all, we're not recruiting enlistments in the United States Air Force, so there's no need to aim high before we have fixed the problems that are hanging low. Thank you once again for allowing my testimony.
Thank you for your comments. Do any panelists have any questions or comments for Emery McClendon? All right, seeing no hands up, I turn it over to Aaron for the next public speaker.
Okay, our next public speaker will be Joshua Berman with Sierra Club.
Thank you. Members of CASAC, thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. My name is Josh Berman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club, the nation's oldest and largest grassroots environmental organization. Sierra Club appreciates the balance that CASAC is seeking between addressing concerns about specific scientific conclusions in the 2020 Ozone ISA that were not central to EPA's recommendations about the level of the standard, and the need to move the reconsideration process forward in a timely manner. To that end, Sierra Club strongly supports Dr. Shepard's goal of focusing on scientific considerations that will have a direct impact on CASAC's upcoming review of the Ozone PA, as articulated in her recently posted discussion points. Because EPA is presently undertaking a reconsideration of the 2020 ozone standard, as opposed to a full review, Sierra Club also endorses Dr. Shepard's recommendation that CASAC initially provide advice about the existing scientific record reviewed in the 2020 ISA, which falls squarely within the scope of EPA's present reconsideration. Indeed, as Sierra Club and many other environmental and public health groups have consistently observed, when properly weighed and interpreted, the science discussed in the 2020 ISA and the ISAs on which it builds supports significant strengthening of both the primary and secondary standards. This advice on the existing record can be supplemented by input on how new scientific information alters or strengthens CASAC's conclusions but will ensure that EPA's reconsideration process continues to progress. I'd like to highlight a couple of the discussion points as particularly important in CASAC's review of the draft policy assessment. First, Sierra Club supports CASAC expressing its views regarding the weighting of controlled human exposure studies and epidemiological studies. The draft PA largely dismisses the wealth of epidemiological research, which, as previously noted by several panel members, deserves considerable weight because these studies reflect real-world exposures to ozone and other co-occurring air pollutants. Second, Sierra Club endorses CASAC's consideration of the scientific evidence of effects of ozone exposure on at-risk communities and the ways in which disparities in exposure and health impacts should be brought into the PA. In commenting on the 2015 ozone standard, Sierra Club and other groups provided extensive documentation of disparities in potential ozone exposure based on race. The implications of these disparities should be fully assessed in EPA's reconsideration of the standard. Finally, the Sierra Club is pleased to see CASAC's consideration of ecological effects of ozone, including the appropriateness of the form of the current secondary standard to protect against damage to vegetation and ecosystems. The DC Circuit Court of Appeals has previously found the current form of the secondary standard inadequately supported. And based on existing science, EPA staff have previously recommended, and CASAC has endorsed, a cumulative form for the secondary standard. This issue must be carefully revisited in the current reconsideration. In addition to these important points, Sierra Club urges CASAC to consider the issues raised by Sierra Club in its June comments. Specifically, given EPA's increasingly heavy reliance on its exposure assessment methodology to minimize concerns about ambient ozone levels that exceed thresholds associated with demonstrated adverse effects, Sierra Club urges CASAC to carefully review the representativeness of the APEX modeling in assessing both population and individual level exposures of concern. In addition, Sierra Club urges CASAC to review EPA's truncation conventions in measuring attainment of the ozone standard, as these conventions have no mathematical or real-world basis and effectively weaken the standard by up to 1.6 parts per billion. In closing, the ozone standards will be established based on EPA's understanding of the science, guided by the advice of CASAC, and the policy judgment of the EPA administrator. The Sierra Club is concerned that the draft policy assessment, which recommends a single standard rather than a range of possible options, reflects a cramped understanding and inappropriate weighting of the scientific evidence. Sierra Club encourages CASAC to provide advice that makes it as easy as possible for the administrator to fully and fairly gauge the full range of primary and secondary standards supported by the science when he exercises his policy judgment. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments. Does anyone have any questions or comments directed at Josh Berman and the Sierra Club? Okay, seeing no hands. Aaron, you want to introduce the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker will be Emmy Felker-Quinn with the National Park Service.
Thank you. I'm Emmy Felker-Quinn, an ecologist in the Air Resources Division at the National Park Service. The National Park Service appreciates the opportunity to provide the following statement for consideration by the CASAC Ozone Panel. These verbal comments join the written comments that we submitted on June 1st in response to the EPA's draft policy assessment. Our comments today address the scientific evidence summarized in the Integrated Science Assessment for Ozone and Related Photochemical Oxidants. The National Park Service supports the public welfare findings of the ISA, and we believe that the scientific evidence is sufficient to set a secondary standard using a W126 metric to protect tree growth. The Park Service is confident in the underlying science related to ozone effects on tree growth. We use benchmark W126 values recommended by an earlier CASAC to describe risk to vegetation health from ozone in the parks. These values are based on previous EPA summaries of ozone effects on sensitive tree seedling growth, with 7 parts per million hours representing a benchmark that corresponds to tree seedling biomass loss of 2% per year, and 13 parts per million hours representing a benchmark that corresponds to tree seedling biomass loss of 4 to 10% per year for sensitive tree species. We currently use these benchmark values to describe both temporal trends of ozone and to characterize ozone conditions in each park. The Park Service assesses ozone conditions as good at W126 values below 7, fair when W126 are between 7 and 13, or poor when W126 is above 13 parts per million hours. We currently use these benchmarks to describe air quality conditions at 395 park units, in which 222 park units are in good condition, 133 parks are in fair condition, and 40 parks are in poor condition. Based on these metrics, vegetation health in about 40% of our park units is estimated to be at risk from ozone. This suggests that the current ozone primary standard may not be adequate for protecting park natural resources from the effects of ozone. Recent observations of ozone foliar injury in parks at Carl Sandburg Home National Historic Site in North Carolina in 2018 and at Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado in 2022 also suggest that current ozone conditions cause deleterious effects on natural resources in our national parks. The evaluation of science in the ISA would be enhanced by the consideration of two very recently published papers by Lee et al. 2022 on tree responses to ozone, and also by Riles et al. 2022 on strong ozone effects on insect pollination, as the Park Service will be reevaluating our current benchmarks in light of these papers. In addition to setting a meaningful secondary standard, we also recommend that the CASAC panel evaluate the current practice of not counting high ozone values that occur between 12 a.m. and 7 a.m. for the primary standard. National park visitors and staff are frequently active during early morning hours when high ozone values are sometimes measured in parks and are missed by the current metric. These hours should be included in calculations of the primary standard's 8-hour average. The Park Service relies on the NACs to fulfill our statutory obligation under the Organic Act and Clean Air Act to preserve units of the national park system unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. An effective secondary standard for ozone would be a valued step forward to address the effects of ozone on vegetation health and staff and visitor health in national parks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So any panelists have questions or comments for Emmy Felker-Quinn? Okay, seeing no hands up, thank you again. Aaron, you want to introduce the next speaker?
Our next speaker will be Bonnie Holmes-Jen with the California Air Resources Board.
Good morning. I'm Bonnie Holmes-Jen, a branch chief for the Health and Exposure Assessment branch in the Research Division of the California Air Resources Board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. EPA has a responsibility to protect public health through the ozone NACs, and our comments are directed at providing the highest level of health protection supported by the science. After reviewing the technical memos provided by EPA, we continue to urge the CASAC to recommend strengthening the ozone standard. A large body of scientific evidence demonstrates the need to update the primary ozone standard to 60 parts per billion to protect public health with an adequate margin of safety and to ensure health protection is provided to the most vulnerable populations. Despite strong and effective leadership by CARB and the local air districts using federal, state, and local tools in California to control pollution, Californians still suffer from unacceptable levels of ozone pollution, and elevated levels of pollution can be experienced for weeks or months, depending on the region every year. Breathing ozone is leading to significant harm to public health. Ozone triggers a range of health problems, chest pain, coughing, and airway inflammation. Ozone can worsen medical conditions such as asthma, bronchitis, and emphysema, leading to hospitalizations and emergency room visits. Ozone also contributes to preterm births and premature deaths. CARB is working every day together with local air districts to protect the public from the harmful effects of pollution, but there's much more to do. After carefully reviewing the science, CARB urged EPA back in 2015 to adopt a stronger ozone NAC at a level between 60 and 70 parts per billion. In October 2020, CARB recommended the EPA strengthen the standard to a level of 60 parts per billion, as significant adverse health impacts have been demonstrated at ozone levels as low as 60 parts per billion, even in young, healthy adults. And in a June 2022 letter, CARB underscored our previous conclusion through the CASAC, calling again for a more health protective standard of 60 parts per billion. Our recommendations for stronger standards have continually followed the science. A stronger standard is critical to protect those living in the most vulnerable neighborhoods who are disproportionately impacted by pollution, and they all too often include low-income communities and communities of color, including Black, Latino, Indigenous communities. These communities consistently experience significantly higher rates of pollution and adverse health conditions than others, including elevated asthma rates. On a national level, Native American children suffer from asthma at twice the rate of the general population and are at increased risk of health hazards from ozone. A stronger standard is also important to protect other vulnerable populations, including children, seniors, pregnant people, outdoor workers, and others. As we stated in our 2020 and updated 2022 letter, the proposed retention of the current ozone standard ignores multiple epidemiological studies since 2013 demonstrating health and respiratory outcomes from short and long-term exposures near and below the level of the current standard. After the public CASAC meeting in June, EPA staff reviewed additional scientific evidence in the context of the 2020 Ozone A and released 3 memos. We appreciate the EPA's review of these additional studies, but we disagree with the conclusion that they do not justify strengthening of the standard. We submitted a list of 10 studies in our 2020 letter that find serious health risks at levels below the level of the current ozone NAAQS. Some of those studies are included in the current memos, but not all. We continue to see an over-reliance on controlled human studies that recruit only healthy adults. These types of studies cannot fully account for the impacts on vulnerable groups. This point leads to the importance of including more emphasis on the epidemiological findings for more diverse population groups. Some studies in the technical memos also provide additional evidence of causal links between ozone and cardiorespiratory effects. Other studies provide evidence of a lag in time between health effects and exposures, suggesting the magnitude of effects may be greater than previously understood. We believe these studies support the need for strengthening the ozone standard. In summary, CARB disagrees with EPA's proposed retention of both the ozone primary and secondary standards at current levels. Research studies demonstrating health effects below the level of the current national standards and California's unique air quality and health challenges underscore the importance of strengthening the ozone units. CARB supports stronger standards to better protect the health of all Americans, but especially children and vulnerable populations. We are happy to provide any further information to help with this effort, and you have our previous letter on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any panelists have any questions or comments for Bonnie Holmes-Jen? Okay, seeing no hands. Erin, would you like to introduce our last speaker?
Sorry, I was muted. Our last speaker will be Jane Orient with Doctors for Disaster Preparedness.
Thank you. I'm an internist in private practice in Arizona. I've been president of Doctors for Disaster Preparedness for about 30 years. It was founded in the 1980s to bring life-saving information to the public about all variety of health effects. And some of the most serious, I think, include fraudulent science and hysteria over non-significant effects that lead to disastrous interventions in the way of public regulations that are brought about through administrative law without any checks and balances. For example, with these hearings, we get 5 minutes to speak, but I have yet to see any substantive reply, particularly to the critiques of Dr. James Enstrom over the scientific evidence that the EPA has relied upon for these supposed hazards like from ozone and PM 2.5s. The medical effects of these trivial levels of pollutants, already the air is very clean, and reducing it still further, any supposed benefits are based on calculations and models that do not even measure the actual exposure of people, particularly if they're spending most of their time indoors, and neglect a whole range of confounding variables, probably most importantly, the effects of allergies. For allergens are far more important in asthma attacks than just about anything else, or the confounding variables like smoking, vaping, marijuana use, or other pre-existing conditions. But completely neglected is the cost of these interventions. And a number of our speakers have pointed out the disparate costs of these to low-income communities, particularly Black communities, who may find their livelihoods completely destroyed in the interest of a trivial, negligible decrease in some pollutant that would be vastly outweighed by pollutants that are coming from other areas of the world, such as China. There is no consideration given to that at all. The supposed rationale for a lot of these regulations is a climate emergency. And one speaker pointed out that some 1,200 scientists signed a petition saying this wasn't an emergency. 31,000 scientists signed an earlier petition, the Oregon petition some decades ago, saying that there is no scientific evidence at all that atmospheric carbon dioxide poses any possibility of causing significant climate change. But the increased levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere have a tremendous value to the biosphere because all plants need carbon dioxide, which is why greenhouse owners buy it so that they can improve the growth of their plants. And we also need nitrogen fertilizer, and a lot of these administrative agencies are putting limits on these factors that will cripple American agriculture. Now, the crippling effects on transportation are not simply the loss of jobs to Black truckers, which is a very serious effect that certainly deserves our consideration, but the loss of the very productive services that they provide to us. And what all of us, most importantly, low-wage people, but all of us, if we cannot grow and transport the food and the other goods that are essential for human survival. Electric vehicles cannot fill in the gap, and the assertions that they can ignore the total cost of production of these vehicles, the cost of disposing of the batteries, the pollution produced by the necessity to charge them, the inability to charge them because we are cutting back on electricity generation in the face of a greatly increased need. So I would say that the EPA needs to abide by the Federal Advisory Committee Act. It needs to abide by the checks and balances in our system. All of its considerations need to be subjected to a risk-benefit analysis, not just economic benefits or costs, but the real health costs that a damaged economy and impoverishment poses to our population, particularly our Black community.
Thank you very much. Do any panelists have any questions or comments for Jane Orion? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready to move on to the next section of the agenda, which is the EPA presentation. So I think I'll turn it over now to EPA representatives who wish to lead this discussion. And I assume the EPA staff will want to introduce themselves as well.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shepard. So I'm Steve Dutton. I'm Director of the Health and Environmental Effects Assessment Division in EPA's Office of Research and Development, or ORD. And on behalf of ORD, I'd like to thank you and the Scientific Advisory Board and the Ozone CASAC panel for giving us this opportunity to walk you through the science that went into the 2020 Ozone Integrated Science Assessment. We have a presentation, if we could pull that up here. Thank you. We can jump to the next slide, and you'll see our outline for our presentation this morning. So we have a number of things to get through here today. This is the material we'll be covering today is really describing the process that we went through in developing the 2020 ISA, the evidence that was contained within the ISA for both health and welfare endpoints, and the rationale that went into the conclusions drawn in the 2020 ISA. We focused today's presentation on the scientific topics in the ISA that are most relevant to informing future discussions of the policy assessment developed by EPA's Office of Air and Radiation. And we've also tailored it somewhat to address many of the discussion points that the CASAC has put before themselves to discuss at the upcoming September meetings. We'll also be describing some technical memos developed by ORD staff after we released the final ISA in April of 2020. These memos detailed additional studies that were either considered for inclusion in the final ISA but fell outside of our predetermined scope, or were published after the literature cutoff date for the ISA and then provisionally evaluated to support the 2020 rulemaking, or more recently to support this reconsideration of the 2020 ozone standards. Given the breadth of topics we'll be covering here, we're prepared to pause between these kind of major topics for clarification questions from the ozone CASAC panel, if that makes sense to the chair. With me today, I have many of the leads and authors of the 2020 ISA and the supporting memos. And I'd like to start by introducing two individuals who you'll be hearing from today. Scott Jenkins and Chris Weaver are the branch chiefs in ORD, leading the health and welfare teams respectively. So Scott and Chris will be presenting some of the material today, and we'll also be introducing additional speakers as we go through the presentation. And with that, I think we can switch to the next slide, and I will go ahead and hand it over to Scott Jenkins, who's going to be providing us the background information on the National Ambient Air Quality Standards and the ISA process. Scott.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So as Steve said, we're going to start today with a little bit of background on just introducing the NAAQS statutory background, our process for reviewing standards, and then digging into the ISA a little bit. We only have 3 background slides, so we're going to be hitting this at a relatively high level. I will pause, as Steve said, at the end of those 3 slides, just in case there are questions or discussion points. And hopefully the hope is that this little bit of background will provide a good, effective framing for the rest of today's discussion. So as everyone is aware, EPA sets NAAQS for 6 criteria pollutants. They're listed here on this slide at the top of the slide, ozone, of course, being one of them. There are 2 sections of the Clean Air Act that govern the setting of the NAAQS, review of the NAAQS, and then revision if appropriate. Those are sections 108 and 109. Those sections of the Clean Air Act set up 2 types of standards that we talk about: primary standards, which are health-based standards, and secondary standards, which are welfare standards. And we have in the sub-bullets on this slide some quotes that are pulled out of the Clean Air Act that help to define what each of those standards is required to do. So in both the primary and secondary, you can see that there's an element of administrator's judgment in setting the standards. You can see that both of them require standards are set to be requisite to protect either the public health or the public welfare. So when we talk about standards that are requisite, that means neither more nor less stringent than is necessary to achieve the public health and welfare protection that is envisioned. So there's an element of kind of balancing evidence and uncertainties and setting those standards that are requisite. And then on the primary standard side, we have, of course, the adequate margin of safety, which is intended to address uncertainties in the scientific evidence. The law requires that the agency review the standards themselves as well as the science underpinning those standards every 5 years. As part of that review process, we, of course, obtain advice from the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. And then that information is taken into account in making any revisions that are appropriate. And of course, not listed here, but the agency in setting the standard, the agency is prohibited by law from considering costs of the standard. Next slide, please. Okay, so one slide on just to do a quick overview of our review process as a refresher for most of you. We have the process divided up into 3 phases here, going from the top of the slide to the bottom. The first phase is our planning phase. It starts with our call for information, which is published in the Federal Register. It culminates in the development and release of our planning documents, notably our integrated review plans. That planning phase feeds into the second phase, which is our assessment phase. This is where we'll be spending most of our discussion today. The assessment phase includes the integrated science assessment, which is, of course, the document that we'll be talking about today, and it's produced by staff in the Office of Research and Development. The assessment phase also includes the policy assessment, which is a document that is developed by staff in our Office of Air and Radiation. That policy assessment often includes risk assessments and exposure assessments, air quality, and other technical assessments that provide insights into potential implications of different standard options. So both of those two initial phases, the planning phase, the assessment phase, we solicit feedback, advice, or we consult with the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. Obviously, we take that advice into consideration in revising draft versions of these documents and finalizing the documents. We also receive public input on all of these documents that we develop in these initial 2 phases. And then all of that information, the science, the public input, the CASAC advice, all feeds into the last phase of the process, which is our rulemaking part of the process. So the agency issues a proposed decision, taking all of that information into account, followed by a public comment period. And then all of that, the final decision takes into account all of the information that went into the proposal, plus the public comments received. And so that's a pretty quick overview of our process. Yeah, next slide, Aaron. And then the last background slide, before I pause for any questions or discussion, is just a little bit of background on the ISA itself. So the ISA provides the scientific foundation for the NAAQS. It identifies, evaluates, communicates scientific information consistent with the air quality criteria that are defined in Section 108 of the Clean Air Act. The ISA makes a number of scientific conclusions. Notably among those conclusions are the causality determinations, which we'll be talking about in more detail when we get into the health and the welfare outcome discussion portions of today's presentation. Those causality determinations rely on integration of evidence across disciplines for broad outcome categories based on the application of our causality framework, which is laid out in the preamble to the ISA. That preamble is actually supplemented or built upon by some more specific information that is provided in the ISA itself. So in the case of ozone, there are tables in the annexes that provide specific considerations for evaluating the strength of inference that can be drawn from different types of studies. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that when we get into the health discussion today. And then on the right-hand side of this slide, you can just see an illustration of the multiple lines of information coming in to inform the causality determination. This example is for health outcome. So with that, that's all we had today in the way of background. I'll pause here and just see if there are any questions from the panel, any points for discussion, and either I or some of my colleagues can come on to try to answer them.
Thank you, Scott. I see Howard Neufeld has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, let me get my video back up here, if I can find it. Yeah. I just wanted to address one of the points on the primary standard, which was the adequate margin of safety. This generated a lot of discussion in the 2010 CASAC. So what is EPA's position if there is a quality study peer reviewed that finds adverse effects at 70 and the current standard is 70, does EPA consider that we have an adequate margin of safety?
Yeah, as you probably have guessed, Dr. Neufeld, that question doesn't have a simple yes or no answer. The issue of adequate margin of safety, and I'll invite, while I'm talking, I'll just give sort of some high-level views on this, but I'll invite others from Steve or others from OEQPS or if OGC is on the line to weigh in as well. But the view that we've taken in the past is that that decision on adequate margin of safety is an inherent part of the administrator's judgment. So the administrator looks at the total body of evidence, and in making decisions on what standard is requisite, there is that consideration of adequate margin of safety, which is a part of that inseparable sort of part of that judgment. So, for example, the current standard, when it was set in 2015, it was there. All of the clinical studies that you're referring to were certainly considered. The exposure assessment that looked at the types of exposures of concern that were occurring under different air quality scenarios were part of the consideration. Judgments about adversity of the various effects that occurred at different exposure concentrations were part of that judgment. The CASAC advice that was brought to bear on how to interpret some of those exposures and adversity. So all of that fed together to inform the administrator's decision on the standard that was requisite and that provided the margin of safety. So there's no simple formula for it, but we've historically viewed it as inherent part of that administrator judgment.
Thank you very much.
Any additional follow-up from EPA or other panelists? I'm not seeing any hands, so why don't you go ahead, Scott?
Okay, great. So I'm going to turn it over now to Chris, if we could bring the slides back up. And Chris Weaver is the branch chief of the staff who had worked on the atmospheric science side of the ISA. And so I believe he is going to introduce the next segment of the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. And can folks see and hear me?
Yep.
Great. Yes, I'm going to take the opportunity to do two things here. One, first, to introduce the first kind of category of science topics that we're going to present to you today and for discussion. That's the atmospheric sources and trends in the 2020 ISA topic. And we have a number of slides associated with that collection of topics, really. But I'm also going to introduce the other members of my team who will be presenting on this and later topics. So first, for this topic, starting in a couple slides, will be Dr. Steve McDowell, who will walk through the main findings in the 2020 ISA associated with atmospheric sources and trends and associated scientific issues. Later, after we have the presentation and discussion associated with the health effects in the 2020 ISA, we will pivot to the welfare effects. And so that part of the presentation will be given by Dr. Meredith Lassiter, who's the overall lead for the welfare part of the 2020 Ozone ISA, and Dr. Jeff Herrick, who is the lead for the ecological effects subcomponent of that welfare effects part of the 2020 Ozone ISA. So Aaron, if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm just going to tee up the atmospheric sources and trends section and just sort of highlight what was in the 2020 ISA and then additional information subsequent to that 2020 ISA and where that is. So the Appendix 1 of the 2020 ISA is the part of the ISA that contains the information on atmospheric sources and trends that was available at the time of the development of that. Oh, yes, thanks, Aaron. That is the 2014 National Emissions Inventory and the 2017 Ambient Air Quality Concentrations and Trends data. There's more recent information on precursor source emissions and atmospheric concentration trends that was included in the 2020 PA. And then this presentation was subsequently updated for the presentation of data was updated for the April 2022 draft PA for this reconsideration to include the 2017 National Emissions Inventory, source emissions data, ozone concentrations for the US for the period 2018 to 2020 added on to what was already included, and then a sort of integrated presentation of ozone concentration trends for the period 2000 to 2020. The addition of this new information tells a story that's largely consistent with the trends that was presented, the trends presented in the 2020 ISA. And then the April 2022 draft policy assessment for this reconsideration also presents the modeling analysis from OAR's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards of background ozone concentrations that was initially presented in the 2020 policy assessment. So I'm going to now to kind of go into detail on what is shown in those data sources and analyses. I'm going to turn to Dr. Steve McDowell for the next slide. And great, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just to give some highlights of the concentration trends that were reviewed in the ISA in the Atmospheric Science Appendix. The main highlights were that the maximum MDA concentrations for ozone had decreased by more than 10 ppb on average since 2000, that the decreasing trends were accompanied by reductions in ozone precursor concentrations in many areas of the United States over that period, and that reductions in ozone precursor concentrations had led to seasonal shifts in ozone maxima and also a compression of the ozone concentration distribution, such that if the maximum concentrations were lower, that didn't necessarily imply that average or median concentrations or concentration weighted metrics like W126 had decreased as much. Next slide, please.
Could I interrupt for a second and go back to that last statement that you made?
Sure.
On the previous slide, where you say that as a consequence, the observed decreasing daily maximum do not imply a decrease in the average or the concentrated weighted metrics, such as the W126. Is that really true with the W126? Because at least in the Smokies, it seems to go down. You lose those high concentrations, the weighted metric goes way down.
We don't have actual examples in the ISA, but there were, there are some. There are some instances that where the median or the median and the mean have stayed the same. I'm not sure exactly whether there are instances where W126 increased while the MDA went down.
And I think maybe it's more correct to say the observed decreases in fourth highest 8-hour daily maximum ozone concentration do not necessarily imply a decrease. They also do not preclude a decrease.
Okay, because I know, like, for example, just from my experience in the Smokies, the W126 went way down and we lost all the high concentrations. So could be that last statement, maybe we should think about that in the future discussion.
Okay, thank you. The atmospheric appendix also covered U.S. background ozone. There were several definitions of US of background ozone available to us, and mostly through the ISA, we discussed the US background ozone, which is defined as the ozone concentration that would occur if all US anthropogenic ozone precursor emissions were removed. We went into some detail on what sources there were for US background ozone. These included stratospheric ozone with predicted episodic contributions ranging up to 30 to 40 parts per billion. Transport from intercontinental transport, especially from Asia, with predicted seasonal mean US background contributions ranging up to 5 parts per billion, and for a couple of decades were increasing by 0.3 to 0.5 parts per billion per year, and have leveled off as Asian and especially Chinese nitrogen oxides emissions have decreased in very recently. We also had some discussion of wildfires contributing a few parts per billion to predicted seasonal mean ozone values, but episodic contributions being as high as 30 parts per billion. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides show some of the graphics that we included from papers that we reviewed in the atmospheric appendix. This one shows that the contribution in the spring to 22 high elevation sites in the Western United States. The black trace shows the surface ozone concentration over a period of about 20 years, showing ozone concentrations ranging from about 55 to 60 parts per billion on average, and the stratospheric contribution to that ranging from about 20 to about 25 parts per billion. Next slide, please. This shows precursors from Asia that are lofted into the boundary layer, lofted above the boundary layer into the free troposphere, where transport can be more rapid. Precursors from Asia, as I said before, increased rapidly from 1990 to 2010, but have decreased since. And these are the original figures from Ding et al. Showing that the emissions from China and various models showing the decrease over time. Next slide, please. The atmospheric appendix also covered fire contributions. I mentioned before that seasonal mean ozone values were a few parts per billion, and episodic contributions could be as high as 30 parts per billion. It also covered in-plume chemistry for converting nitrogen oxides to peroxyacetyl nitrates, increasing the capacity for affecting ozone concentrations far downwind. There were discussions of Eulerian photochemical modeling remaining highly uncertain in their estimates of the impact of emissions on ozone due to insufficient information on fuels, meteorological conditions, and other processes. There was some introductory work on statistical models based on observational data to identify effects of fire emissions on downwind ozone concentrations. And there were many studies that used satellite data to estimate gases emitted by wildfires that could affect ozone concentrations. Next slide, please. This is some more original research by Fiore et al. Showing a comparison of background ozone estimates from two different models during two different seasons. And the point here is that there is still some disagreement between models, and that there's active research to try to understand the differences in the models and to explain better the concentrations of background ozone and what affects them. Next slide, please. This is recent research also showing that that the fraction of ozone due to background sources, or the fraction accounted for, the fraction of total ozone accounted for by U.S. background, in many areas decreases with increasing concentration of ozone, especially in urban areas, especially in the eastern United States and in urban areas of the West. And this is not consistent for all locations in the United States, but there is a general trend in most areas of a decreasing contribution of background ozone with increasing ozone concentration. Next slide, please. The next three slides, which are all the last ones except for one, are meant to give you an idea of the extent of coverage that was in the atmospheric appendix of the ISA based on discussions from the last CASAC meeting. These are topics that were brought up as areas that needed more information, and I wanted to show that there was some extensive discussion in the 2020 ISA. So the first is that the ISA included quite a bit of discussion of background ozone, and that it was not limited to CMAC. There was about 5 pages of review of various definitions of background ozone. There were reviews of recent observations of background source emissions, including global methane, international emissions, biogenic emissions, fires, and lightning, that added up to about 10 pages. We also had several pages of review of the most recent research on stratospheric ozone intrusion, about 6 or 7 pages of recent advances in modeling tools for estimating background ozone, and 12 pages reviewing recent observations of US background or North American background concentrations and trends based on CMAC, Geoschem, AM3, and other chemical transport models, as well as information from US baseline concentrations and their trends based on monitoring in remote areas under clean conditions. Next slide, please. We also included extensive discussion of fire impacts, including about more than 15 references on ozone from wildfires, references on fire contributions to ozone concentration, in-plume photochemistry, chemical transport and statistical modeling, and satellite-based emissions detection. These mostly confirmed 2013 ozone ISA results that fires contribute to ozone concentrations. Next slide, please. The atmospheric appendix also included extensive discussion of precursor emissions, about 17 pages of discussion, including a summary of national emissions inventory data on precursor emissions and trends for VOCs, nitrogen oxides, methane, and carbon monoxide. In total, there were more than 40 references on ozone and precursor emissions, with a strong emphasis on global methane, international emissions, biogenic emissions, fire, and lightning. Next slide, please. To summarize what was in the atmospheric appendix, ozone levels exceeded the existing air quality standards in some US locations. Domestic anthropogenic emissions of ozone precursors have largely declined over the last 15 to 20 years. High ozone events have begun to occur in recent winters in Western mountain basins with high emissions from oil and gas extraction operations. Across the ensemble of available modeling studies in the literature, seasonal mean US background concentrations were estimated in a recent assessment to range from 20 to 50 parts per billion, with uncertainties estimated at about 10 parts per billion for seasonal means. These uncertainties are much higher for maximum daily ozone concentrations. US background estimates make up a decreasing fraction of total ozone concentration with increasing total ozone concentrations, especially in the eastern US and in urban locations in the West. And the relationship is stronger in some areas than others. And finally, trends in baseline ozone levels suggest a rising contribution from natural and international sources through about 2010, but international contributions show signs of slowing down after about 2010. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I assume you would like to pause now and see if there's any questions or comments from panelists. I see Mark Frampton has his hand up.
Yeah, just a question. What's the difference between background and baseline ozone levels?
So background is the way that we've defined the way that for next purposes, we've usually defined background in terms of modeling, and baseline then refers to the looking at to data that's actually measured from the monitors.
Okay, and you would expect baseline to be higher than background?
So the idea is that there are not pristine sites. There are very rarely areas where the remote sites are not impacted by anthropogenic anthropogenic ozone.
Yeah. So baseline would refer to those most remote sites, that the measurements you get from the most remote sites that would be supposed to be least impacted by anthropogenic ozone. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, I got you. And so the argument is whether there are any sites that would truly measure background ozone. And it probably depends on what modeling approach you use then.
The argument is that it's extremely difficult to get, if possible at all, to get a site where you don't have an anthropogenic influence.
I hear you. And then the statement that the proportion of background level to the total level goes down as the ambient ozone increases, that would just seem to be logical. I mean, since background shouldn't be affected by the anthropogenic ozone, you'd expect the higher the ozone concentration, you'd expect the proportion to go down. So I guess am I missing some significance of that observation?
There are possibilities of large contributions from background sources. In fact, there can be high episodes of high concentrations in high elevation sites in the West.
Okay.
So it's not impossible. It's not impossible to get a very high background concentration.
So the data that you're showing us tells us that overall, it's not increasing background that is driving the higher ozone concentrations. Is that what I should take from that?
It's that if at the highest ozone concentrations where you're getting close to the level of the standard, it's less likely that there will be a very large background contribution if you look at most regions in the United States.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ed.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you. Regarding the agency's perspective on wildfires and the NOx emissions, downwind ozone, et cetera. You pointed out that, this certainly measured in the 2020 ISA. I mean, are you still thinking about this in the context of sort of an extreme occasional, adverse event, or is this sort of being factored in now as a routine reality, given the nature of other the frequency of wildfires. I'm just not clear how to interpret or how to assimilate this wildfire information. Appreciate any insights you might share.
I think there's some, so the research is pretty new for one thing. And I think that there's, if I understand you right, there's some element of both. There's a concern both for episodic impacts from fires, as well as for raising like average ozone levels over the long term is also a concern. I guess, is that kind of what you wanted to, does that help at all?
Yeah, well, it helps a bit. Again, I think, for many years, we sort of considered this as sort of, for lack of a better phrase, sort of acts of God, sort of atypical things that weren't considered. These sorts of events were not taken into the calculation for averages. They were sort of excluded from the means and the trends. But again, now this seems to be a regular, not quite predictable, but certainly a regular event. And because it's a substantive, can be a substantive portion, as you point out, in terms of parts per billion. I just wonder how the agency is thinking about this as we move forward. But thank you for the comment.
Yeah, I think that's more of a it's kind of getting out of the scope of the science that we covered, and that might be a more appropriate question for OAR, like EPS.
Right. Yeah, I acknowledge that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Jim Boylan.
I guess I just had a follow-up to the last comment. Can you tell us if in your trend analyses and things like that, if exceptional events were included in the data sets or removed from the data sets that were included in the ISA?
We did not consider exceptional events.
Which means they're included in the data sets? Or does that mean you took them out of the data sets? What does that mean?
Are you asking about exceptional events? Or are you asking about those events like wildfires that could have been classified as exceptional events? In other words, if there was a wildfire, was it in the data or not? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess some wildfires are classified as exceptional events and some are not. And the ones that are many times are taken out of the data sets. So I guess I'm asking, was any of the data removed that were classified as exceptional events? Or was that data left in there?
So as far as I know, there were no exceptional events removed. And the data, I think we get the data before they've gone through the process of making decisions on exceptional events. So my understanding is that the exceptional events are not removed from the data that we get from the when we put the maps together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I'll turn it back over to EPA to proceed with your presentation.
Thanks, Leanne. I'm going to queue up Scott.
Chris, I'll do a quick intro of the health folks. Thanks. So we're going to shift gears, moving into the evaluation of the ozone health evidence in the 2020 ISA. This next segment, we're going to focus on causality in the ISA. And so I'm going to just do a quick introduction of the folks who are going to be talking us through this set of slides. So we have Dr. Tom Lubin, who's going to be doing most of the talking in for this next section. Tom is an epidemiologist within Office of Research and Development. He was the overall lead for the 2020 ISA. So he's going to be talking through most of the slides, the health slides. There will be a couple of other folks. Dr. Jim Brown will be coming in to talk specifically about the respiratory outcomes, the causality determinants for respiratory outcomes, short-term and long-term exposures. And then Dr. Parker Duffney is going to be coming in to talk about the controlled human exposure studies for cardiovascular effects. And he's going to he'll be talking about those studies within the context of the 2020 ISA. And then later on in the next section, he's actually going to come back and talk about the newer studies that have become available, the newer controlled human exposure studies that became available after the 2020 ISA. So that's a quick introduction. So if Tom is,
yep, I'm ready.
Maybe come on. Okay, great. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tom Lubin.
Great, thanks, Scott. Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon to some folks here on the East Coast. I'd like to begin today by reviewing the framework used to assess the causal nature between the individual criteria pollutants and the health and welfare effects in each of the ISAs. This may be familiar to many of you. We use a five-level framework, which is delineated by the ability to rule out with reasonable confidence chance, confounding, and other biases in order to establish an independent relationship between the criteria pollutant and the health effect. We assess all of the available evidence across different scientific disciplines. This includes epidemiologic evidence, evidence from animal toxicology studies, as well as controlled human exposure studies. And we're looking for consistency within those disciplines, as well as coherence across the disciplines, and always considering biological plausibility for each of the different endpoints. We consider the doses or concentrations, as well as the routes of exposure and the exposure assessment as well. The collective body of evidence ultimately informs the causality determination. Next slide, please. So in addition to the causality framework, the ISA team develops an ISA-specific and scientific discipline-specific set of scientific considerations for each broad health outcome category used to evaluate the strength of inference from the individual studies in the ISA. For each scientific discipline, the ISA team develops scientific considerations for 7 different domains. The study domain, or I'm sorry, study design, study population and test model, pollutant, exposure assessment of assignment, outcome assessment or evaluation, potential confounding factors, and statistical methodology. And there's a table including these scientific considerations as included as an annex at the end of each health appendix in the 2020 Ozone ISA. In the following slides, I will briefly review and provide some examples of these scientific considerations for each of the scientific disciplines. Next slide, please. First, we'll start with the epidemiologic studies. A specific strength of epidemiologic studies in general is that they are able to provide information on associations between real-world exposures and real-world health effects observed in human populations. This includes at-risk or sensitive populations. Uncertainties that are commonly attributed to epidemiologic studies include the independent contribution of the pollutant to the health outcome, as well as exposure assessment in general. Some examples of the scientific considerations for EPI studies in the Ozone ISA are, for example, inference is stronger for studies that clearly describe the primary and secondary aims of the study. With regard to study design, inference is stronger for time series, case crossover, and panel studies when considering short-term exposures, and for cohort and case control studies when considering longer-term exposures. And I would encourage you to go look, the tables at the end of each of the health appendices are about 6 pages long. So I'm really just giving a really brief example here for each one of the scientific disciplines. Next slide, please. When we consider controlled human exposure studies, specific strength in general is that they provide direct evidence between exposure and health effects. Some uncertainties commonly attributed to controlled human exposure studies include the limited ability to address more severe health outcomes, longer exposure periods, or subjects that are not in general considered to be healthy. Some examples of the scientific considerations for controlled human exposure studies in the Ozone ISA are, again, inference being stronger for studies that clearly describe the primary and secondary aims of the studies, preference given to a balanced crossover or parallel design in studies that include control exposures, as well as appropriate evaluation of a control population. Next slide, please. Finally, with regard to animal toxicology studies, specific strength is the ability to inform exposure-response relationships as well as modes of action. Some of the uncertainties commonly attributed to animal toxicology studies include a limited ability to examine relatively lower exposure concentrations, as well as uncertainties extrapolating results to human populations. Some examples of scientific considerations in the animal toxicology studies include, again, the inference being stronger when primary and secondary aims are clearly described, as well as with regard to study design, a stronger inference when assignments to exposure groups is randomized and when that assignment can be concealed from research personnel. Also, when the experimental groups are subjected to identical experimental procedures. Next slide, please. We'll move on now and discuss a little bit the scope of the 2020 Ozone ISA, as it was described both in the integrated review plan as well as in the ISA itself. The 2020 Ozone ISA included studies published through March of 2018. After screening the studies first by title and abstract, and then secondarily by examining the full text, each study was evaluated for relevancy using a PICOS criteria. And the Ozone ISA was the first ISA to formally use such a PICOS statement or PICOS criteria. And for those who may not be familiar, PICOS is an acronym. It stands for populations, exposures, comparisons, outcomes, and study design. Excuse me. The PICOS were developed separately for both short-term and long-term exposures, as well as separately by scientific discipline and separately for broad health outcome categories. And the PICO statements included limitations of the study locations for some epidemiologic studies and on the maximum concentration for some controlled human exposure and animal toxicology studies. And I would encourage you to take a look at each of the PICOS criteria in Appendix 10. But as an example, for short-term cardiovascular disease, the population in our PICOS criteria was any US, Canadian, European, or Australian population, including populations or life stage that might be at increased risk. The exposure was short-term on the order of 1 to several days, ambient concentrations of ozone. The comparator was a per unit increase in parts per billion. The outcome was a change in risk that could be incidence or prevalence of cardiovascular effects. And the study designs were epidemiologic study designs consisting of panel, case crossover, time series, and case control studies, as well as cross-sectional studies. Next slide, please.
Tom, do you mind if we pause?
No, please. I'm happy to entertain questions.
Yeah, I think there may be some questions about the PICOS criteria. I was actually hoping, I didn't see it in the presentation. I was hoping there would be a little bit more depth on the PICOS criteria across different endpoints. I see George has his hand up, so maybe I'll let him lead the way.
Yes, thanks. Hi, Tom. I mean, I'm glad you covered the fact that PICOS is new. I had not encountered it before, and I was wondering when it was introduced, but it sounds like this ISA is the first time that it's been used. I think my biggest question is the restriction to various parts of the world that vary depending upon the outcome being reviewed. Just here's an example. I mean, looking at the for ozone, for chronic ozone mortality, you end up to a very different conclusion in terms of causal determination if you constrain it to the US and Canada than if you incorporate Europe, and in this case, South Korea was included. The example you just cited included Australia, but not South Korea. So I guess I'm really confused why different geographic areas are used or not used depending on the outcome. It is an important question because what studies you include or exclude can change your conclusions on causality.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm happy to discuss a little bit. So first, this is the first time that we've used the PICOS statement per se. I would like to be clear that we have historically been transparent about the scope of each of the assessments that we conduct, and have tried to make it even more transparent by adopting this systematic review metric, the PICOS statement. And the PICO statement we thought was useful for a number of reasons, especially for the Ozone ISA. One was to be more transparent and hopefully allow for better reproducibility of inclusion of the studies that are in the integrated science assessment. The second was to try to scope down some of the studies so that we were focusing on the most policy relevant studies, or the studies that we thought would inform data gaps or uncertainties that had been identified in previous ISAs. We always say that each ISA or assessment builds on the previous one. We're not going into these blinds. We have some priors that we know about. And so in this case, we chose to limit the location more when we had very strong body of evidence in the previous assessment, where the uncertainties seem to be related mostly to the concentration at which additional associations might be observed, specifically at lower concentrations. And we thought that, for something like short-term exposure and respiratory effects, where we have so much evidence and it has been causal for years and years, that looking at the airsheds in Canada and the United States were the places that would most likely inform those data gaps or uncertainties. As the data gaps and uncertainties got larger and the evidence base from previous reviews was smaller, we expanded the scope to include more studies. And so for short-term cardiovascular disease, the evidence base overall in the 2013 Ozone ISA was not very strong when looking at the epidemiologic evidence. And so we expanded to US, Canada, Europe, and Australia. We did not include Asia, Africa, or Latin America there because we were worried about how ozone might behave in different airsheds when the mix of different pollutants might be very different from the mix that is commonly observed in the United States. So hopefully that provides some answers, but I'm happy to keep discussing if you have more questions.
Well, your last comment, I mean, the different mix, but then South Korea was included in the long term. So I'm a little confused as to how that plays out.
Yeah, so we had different PICO statements for both long-term and short-term exposure, as well as for each of the different endpoints and each of the different scientific disciplines. So there was one specific PICOs for short-term exposure to ozone and cardiovascular effects in EPI studies. There was a separate PICO statement for long-term exposure to ozone, cardiovascular effects, and EPI studies. And those are all found in Appendix 10 of the 2020 ISA.
I guess the question was, the issue of different mixtures. Would that be applied differently for short-term versus long-term? Because the inclusion criteria was different.
I think that in that case, it had to do with the really sparse data that was available in 2013 for long-term exposure to ozone and cardiovascular morbidity. Because that evidence base was so sparse, we decided not to exclude any areas because we thought any information would be policy relevant in that instance.
Okay, well, that's very useful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Are there any additional questions?
So given you're moving on, I wanted to also talk about your study quality review. And if you could comment on that, because I didn't see a slide on that, and it seems like that's relevant to this introductory section.
Sure, excuse me. So similar to with previous ISAs, we had a number of scientific considerations that were considered for each study. And I spoke about those in an earlier slide. There is an annex to each of the health appendices in the 2020 Ozone ISA. That annex includes scientific considerations for epidemiologic studies, controlled human exposure studies, and animal toxicology studies, specific to the pollutant we're studying here, ozone, as well as the health outcome or outcomes covered in that appendix. And each of these tables is about 6 pages long. And so here we've laid out the set of criteria against which we judge each of the studies for quality. In addition, we piloted a study quality, a more transparent way to document the results of our study quality evaluations for the Ozone ISA. This was another first for integrated science assessments. We used an EPA software product called HAWK, the Health Assessment Workplace Collaboration. We came up with different questions that we wanted to answer, and we created a narrative assessment for over 100 studies in this pilot to test this new way of documenting our study quality evaluations. So those evaluations for those 100 or so studies can be found on in the HAWK website. There should be a link to that in the ISA. I can provide one as well.
Yeah. Oh, so we can look that up and look at the specific studies?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And could you comment specifically on the study that I put that I commented on in a public comment, the Kim et al. Study, and how you did the review of the statistical analysis in that study?
Yes, you brought up a great point. There was definitely something that we missed in the Kim et al. Study that was related to the study design, in which that they did not account for the temporal trend, the long-term temporal trend, and the decrease in ozone exposure, which would mean that the longer someone is in the cohort, the less their average ozone exposure assigned to them would be, which would lead to a negative association. This is something that we should have caught and we did not catch in our initial evaluation as we answered each of the questions in our study quality evaluation, and we're very thankful that you brought that up to us.
Okay, should we be looking for other things?
I hope not. Again, this was a pilot, the first time we're doing this. We completed this ISA on a timeline that was faster than anything else. So we hoped to minimize any errors, but no ISA, I think, has ever been completely error-free.
Okay, that's fair comment. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments before I invite Tom to move on? Okay, I guess we'll keep going then. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we should be on slide 26. Yeah, this is great. So this is a slide to summarize the causality determinations in the 2020 Ozone ISA. The figure on the right kind of gives us a reminder of what those causality determinations were for the health effects. I'll start by saying that similar to the 2013 Ozone ISA, the strongest evidence was for short-term exposure to ozone and respiratory effects, which was determined to be a causal relationship, and to long-term exposure and respiratory effects, which was determined to be likely to be causal. In addition, the 2020 Ozone ISA included separate causality determinations for metabolic effects, which previously had not been considered as a separate health effect category. The causal determinations for metabolic effects were likely to be causal for short-term exposure and suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer, a causal relationship for long-term exposure. Also noteworthy are 2 changes to causality determinations compared to the 2013 Ozone ISA. The determinations for short-term exposure to ozone and both cardiovascular effects and mortality were changed from likely to be causal to suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer, a causal relationship. And we'll go through each of these in upcoming slides. So now my colleagues and I will walk through each of these determinations in more detail, starting with respiratory effects. And the slides on respiratory effects will be presented by Dr. James Brown. Jim.
Thank you, Tom. And I have turned on my microphone and my video is supposed to be on. I don't know whether it is or not.
It's working.
Okay, thank you. So as the title of this slide says, for short-term exposure and respiratory effects, we found that that was causal. We had extremely strong evidence. Starting with controlled human exposure studies, we, in a number of studies, found that ozone-induced decrements have been observed, as well as respiratory inflammation for exposures greater than or equal to 60 ppb. We've got other endpoints, such as increases in respiratory symptoms that have been reported and statistically significant above 72 ppb. Airway responsiveness to bronchial challenge has been found to be statistically increased at and above 80 ppb in healthy adults for non-specific challenges to like methacholine, and to asthmatics at higher concentrations. I believe the lowest concentration that was looked at in asthmatics was either 120 or 160 ppb. I'm going to move over to the figure on the right before going down to the other lines of evidence. There's a lot of information here, and I'd like to spend some time on it because of the extent of data that's illustrated on it, and because it's also very similar to another figure that you'll see later in this presentation that Dr. Duffney will present on slide 45 in relation to our evaluation of the new human subjects research. So in this figure, all of the data is from crossover studies. All of the exposures were randomized between ozone and filtered air, such that each subject served as their own control. All of the subjects were young, healthy adults. All of the data plotted as group mean decrements in lung function. And all of the studies less than about 90 ppb in this figure were very large studies between 30 and 59 subjects. The two smallest studies in the figure were 10 subjects each at one of the points at 100 and one of the points at 120 ppb. But otherwise, again, all of them were large studies. And they were all, looking at the caption, they were also all studies of young healthy adults 18 to 35. They were exposed for 6.6 hours during moderate quasi-continuous exercise. So that's exercising for 50 minutes out of each hour at a ventilation rate of 20 liters per minute per body surface area in meters squared. The pace moderate exercise is roughly walking at a 17 to 18 minute mile for that time of exercise at a grade on a treadmill of about 4 to 5%. Looking at the axes on this figure, so this is ozone-induced FEV1 decrements. Ozone-induced is saying that this is the difference between what we observe following ozone minus that we observe following filtered air exposures, because with a filtered air exposure, there's typically an improvement in lung function. And on the x-axis, we have just the concentration that the subjects were exposed to on average in the studies, on average, because some of the studies used a stepwise or triangular increase and decrease. If not otherwise indicated on the graph, they were at a constant exposure concentration. All of the data that are on this figure and that were in the 2020 ISA were also found within the 2013 ISA, with the exception of the McDonald et al. 2013 predicted lung function decrement that is for 24-year-olds having a body mass index of 23 kilograms per meter squared body surface area. One additional thing to point out about this is that all of the effects on lung function above 72 were statistically significant, with the exception of the circle at 80 ppb, where the significance was not actually determined. And at 60 ppb, the circle was statistically significant from the Kim study, as was the square up above it slightly to the left. Those were statistically significant decrements in lung function. And the Kim et al. Study was also the one that found statistically significant increases in airway inflammation at 60 ppb. I think that's the main points that I wanted to get to on that. Moving over to epidemiology, we had associations between decreased lung function in children and children and adults, not animals, panel studies. Those were mainly from our 2006 air quality criteria document and our 2013 ISA. The children's studies were mainly children camp studies, and the studies of adults were workers or people that exercised outside commonly. There was one new study that was included, and I believe that was a study of young healthy adults in a panel study that were exercising at various locations and concentrations in Canada. We also had consistently positive associations for emergency room visits and hospital admission visits. Those are illustrated in forest plots on figures 3-4 and 3-5 within the 2020 ISA. One thing that I did forget to mention in relation to figure 3.3, the one that I just went through with the controlled human exposure studies, was that those are group mean decrements. Individual variability in responses are illustrated in figure 3-2 of the ISA. Lastly, we had animal studies, mainly rodent studies, that were also consistently showing changes in lung function, inflammation, and increased responses to bronchial challenge, as in the human studies. So all of this data together gave us a very firm causal determination. Next slide, please. So we had, for long-term evidence, we had a likely causal relationship that we determined. From epidemiologic studies, we had consistent evidence for a relatively new endpoint, new onset asthma in children, other endpoints such as the severity of respiratory disease and development of COPD and increased airway response, I believe we had seen in prior ISAs. One of the things that really drove us to a likely causal, though, was the consistence with animal toxicology data, and primarily that in infant monkeys from studies that came out of UC Davis that looked at and found measurement or changes in the growth and development of the infant monkeys' lungs with exposures to 500 ppb combined with house dust antigen. It was a complicated study design, but overall it moved the animals into a very asthma-like situation where they had increases in airway responsiveness, increases in airway resistance, and increases in smooth muscle in the distal lung, all of which would contribute to favoring increased airway obstruction. We did have remaining uncertainties in the EPI studies related to co-occurring pollutants and measurement error, but overall, looking at this evidence, again, it was likely to be a causal relationship between long-term exposure and respiratory effects. With that, I would move to the next speaker on slide 29.
Great,
And
thanks, Jim.
thank you, Tom.
Great. So the next few slides will focus on short-term exposure to ozone and cardiovascular effects. And I will start out by summarizing the evidence in the 2020 Ozone ISA for each of the scientific disciplines. Looking across the different scientific disciplines, there was a larger body of controlled human exposure studies available for the 2020 ISA compared to the 2013 ISA. But overall, the evidence from those studies provided less support for an effect of ozone on cardiovascular endpoints than was available in 2013. When we considered the epidemiologic studies, they provided little support for associations between ozone and cardiovascular morbidity outcomes. And in some subsequent slides, we'll go through a number of figures that summarize this evidence to demonstrate the lack of support. For animal toxicology studies, there was some evidence for ozone-induced cardiovascular effects, but the effects observed in animals were not observed in humans. And so when we considered this together, the limited support for biological plausibility of ozone was one of the main reasons that we decided that the evidence was suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer a causal relationship. Next slide, please. This table provides just another way to consider the evidence across the scientific disciplines and to see how the evidence changed between 2013 and in the 2020 Ozone ISA. Starting at the top of the table, for animal toxicology, we see the evidence from subclinical endpoints, such as impaired vascular or cardiac function, has remained the same for the last two ISAs. And that recently there's additional evidence for a broader array of some of these subclinical endpoints. In 2013, there was a limited number of controlled human exposure studies that evaluated ozone and cardiovascular outcomes compared to what we had for the 2020 ISA, when there were many more studies evaluating a greater number of cardiovascular endpoints. But overall, they provided really little evidence for an effect of short-term ozone exposure on cardiovascular effects. When we considered the evidence from epidemiologic studies, we see there was little evidence for cardiovascular morbidity in 2013, and that remained the case in 2020, even for an expanded body of evidence. On the other hand, there was strong evidence for cardiovascular mortality in 2013, and a small number of studies available for the 2020 ISA was consistent with that evidence. But that kind of left us wondering, why are epidemiologic studies providing evidence of an association with cardiovascular mortality, but why aren't we seeing evidence for subclinical effects or more serious cardiovascular morbidity effects like myocardial infarction or heart failure or stroke? I'm going to turn it over once again to Dr. Parker Duffney, who is going to walk through the evidence specifically from the controlled human exposure studies that were available in the 2020 Ozone ISA.
Great, thank you, Tom. Can you guys see me? Yeah. All right, so the next couple slides are going to go over some of the controlled human exposure study for cardiovascular effects that were looked at in the 2020 ISA. And they're summarized in this table on the left, looking at the endpoint that was examined. The middle column is the exposure concentrations that were used in the studies. And then on the right is a simplified version of the findings from these different references. And I don't think I need to go through each of these particular endpoints, but I hope that you'll appreciate that for a lot of these, there were no effect of ozone on these controlled human exposure studies. Things like stroke volume, ejection time, endothelial dysfunction. And then for others, there were some studies that showed evidence of health effects like heart rate variability, and blood pressure. But these were often seen in a limited number of studies, usually 1 or 2 studies. And it wasn't consistent among all studies. So there were other studies that would look at other aspects of heart rate or heart rate variability that did not see an effect of ozone. So in general, we would see limited evidence of cardiovascular effects in controlled human exposure studies, but it really wasn't consistent. And if you go to the next slide, these are just some other endpoints that had been looked at in cardiovascular controlled human exposure studies. And we see a lot of the same thing, that these you'd find evidence in a small number of studies of effects of ozone, but you'd also have a subset of literature that investigated these same endpoints that didn't find an effect, or you'd have studies that looked at or that would find effects in some markers, especially for coagulation and oxidative stress and inflammation, but other markers of those were unchanged. So when you kind of consider all these controlled human exposure studies together, there's not really a compelling argument for ozone effects on cardiovascular effects from this controlled human exposures literature base. So I think I pass this back to you, Tom.
Great, thank you, Parker. We can go on to slide 33, please. Great. So the next few slides will present forest plot figures using the ISA to summarize the results of epidemiologic evidence. And many of you are familiar with these types of figures, but I'd like to take a moment here just to orient anyone who may not be very familiar with the forest plots. First, the circles on the figures represent the central estimate, often an odds ratio or relative risk. This is the central estimate of the association between short-term ozone exposure and the health endpoint of interest, which on this figure happens to be measures of ischemic heart disease. The lines on either side of the central estimate circle represent the 95% confidence intervals. The central estimates and 95% confidence intervals have been standardized, as is described in the text on the left, to better compare the results across the studies. So we're making kind of a more of an apples to apples comparison when we look across studies. And then finally, the studies that are in red text with the red circles are recent studies that are included in the 2020 Ozone ISA. Studies in black text with the black circles are key studies that were included in the 2013 Ozone ISA that we've brought forward here to provide some additional context. Along the x-axis are the values for the central estimates in the 95% confidence intervals. The vertical dashed line is at 1.0. This is the null value for odds ratios and relative risks. So anything above 1 would indicate a positive association. That is, as ozone increases, so do the number of ischemic heart disease events. And numbers below 1 would indicate an inverse association. So as ozone concentrations increase, the number of ischemic heart disease events decrease. And the width of the confidence intervals is a measure of precision in the study. So the wider the line is that goes through that circle, the less precise that estimate is. On this slide for ischemic heart disease, we can see that most of the central estimates are near the null value of 1.0, with some positive studies and some negative studies. We can go to the next slide, please. This is, excuse me, a similar forest plot, this time focusing on emergency department visits and hospital admissions for cardiac arrest, arrhythmias, and dysrhythmias. In this case, we see generally positive associations for cardiac arrest, especially for out-of-hospital cardiac arrests, but generally null associations for arrhythmias and dysrhythmias. Next slide, please. This forest plot focuses on emergency department visits or hospital admissions for cerebrovascular disease or stroke. The first thing you may notice here is the much wider confidence intervals for many of the central estimates compared to the previous figures. The wider confidence intervals indicate less precision around the central estimate. It could be related to a relatively fewer number of strokes compared to other cardiovascular endpoints. It's a little harder to detect a pattern across these studies, with some studies providing positive associations and some studies providing negative associations. When we look at some of the more precise associations where the line is the smallest, and these might include the Vidal or the Milojevic studies in the middle of the figure in red, or LaRue toward the bottom of the figure in black. These more precise studies tend to be very close to the null value. Next slide, please. And this is the last forest plot for cardiovascular short-term exposure to ozone and cardiovascular disease. This one focusing on non-specific cardiovascular emergency department visits and hospital admissions. What does that term non-specific mean? Here, these are studies that combine ICD-9 or ICD-10 codes for any cardiovascular effect. So these are kind of an amalgamation of all of the causes that we saw in the previous figures. Here we see a few positive associations, but the studies with the greatest precision are generally null or negative. So I know this was a quick review, but to summarize, we considered the evidence across all of the scientific disciplines. There were many more studies that evaluated short-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular endpoints in the 2020 ozone ISA, but the evidence from these studies, both controlled human exposure studies as well as epidemiologic studies, is actually less certain than it was previously. So next we will move to discuss the long-term exposure and cardiovascular disease causality determination. The causality determination did not change between the 2013 ozone ISA and the 2020 ozone ISA for this outcome. Generally, the epidemiologic studies reported null or inverse associations with cardiovascular morbidity, though there are some positive associations for subclinical effects such as blood pressure, as well as the most severe effect, mortality. The animal toxicology studies are limited in number for specific cardiac endpoints and provide mixed evidence for many of these endpoints. And overall, the evidence was suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer a causal relationship. We can go to the next slide, please. For short-term ozone exposure and total mortality, there were consistent positive associations observed in the 2013 ozone ISA. A smaller evidence base of US and Canadian multi-city studies were available for the 2020 ozone ISA, and their results were generally consistent with the earlier studies. However, there were gaps in the biological plausible pathways by which short-term ozone exposure could lead to mortality, and specifically cardiovascular mortality. And that supported the change in causality determination between 2013 and 2020. Recall that there's a larger body of studies now available that examine short-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular morbidity, but the evidence from these studies is less certain. Also recall from the first slide that I went over that the causality framework highlights consistency within a scientific discipline, which we definitely have here, but it also highlights coherence across scientific disciplines and biological plausibility, which are less apparent in this case, since we don't have consistent evidence from animal toxicology studies or controlled human exposure studies that would support that short-term ozone exposure could initiate a subclinical or clinical endpoint that might result in mortality. And we don't have epidemiologic evidence of more severe cardiovascular morbidity associated with short-term ozone exposure. Because cardiovascular mortality accounts for the largest percentage of total mortality, the evidence base supports a causal determination of suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer a causal relationship. The epidemiologic studies of mortality show a positive and consistent association, but chance, confounding, and other biases cannot be ruled out when we look across all available evidence to determine an independent relationship between short-term ozone exposure and mortality. Next slide, please. When we look at long-term mortality, we have another forest plot here that presents the evidence for long-term ozone exposure and mortality. We can see that in the 2013 ISA, the black dots, there were null results reported from a large cohort study, but positive results reported in a large administrative cohort representing older adults with pre-existing disease. More recent studies were mixed in their results. Some were positive, those small in magnitude, some were null, and some were negative. The next slide, please. Developmental effects were considered as part of 4 broad health categories in the 2020 ozone ISA. They were considered as part of respiratory effects in Appendix 3, as part of cardiovascular effects in Appendix 4, and as part of nervous system and reproductive and developmental effects, both of which were presented in Appendix 7. And so the developmental effects contributed to the causality determinations for each of these broad health categories. But we also wanted to try to tie things together. So there is a section in the reproductive and developmental outcomes appendix where all developmental effects are summarized together. Next slide, please. When we consider the developmental effects in the reproductive and developmental appendix, the evidence from a limited number of studies is suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer, a causal relationship for both male and female reproduction, as well as for pregnancy and birth outcomes. When we considered male and female reproduction, the associations were derived mostly from relatively small studies with limited numbers of study participants. And when we considered pregnancy and birth outcomes, there was some evidence for an association with preterm birth, but uncertainties related to the critical window of exposure, as well as the independent effect of ozone, remained. Next slide, please. We talked a little bit at the beginning about the PICOS criteria used. The previous CASAC commented on the scope being limited to some study locations for epidemiologic studies of some health endpoints. Specifically, they commented on short-term exposures and cardiovascular effects and mortality. In response to their comments, we went back and considered the 114 studies that were originally excluded from the draft ISA due to study location. And our review of these studies is documented in a memo submitted to the docket, which is referred to as the Lubin 2020 memo. The memo concludes that the results of the 114 studies is similar in pattern to the studies included in the draft ISA, and that the uncertainties in these studies are also similar. EPA staff concluded that the additional studies did not provide evidence that would materially change the draft conclusions for either of these endpoints, cardiovascular effects or mortality. So the causality determinations remain the same, suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer a causal relationship in the final 2020 Ozone ISA. So I'd like to take a moment here to pause to see if there are any additional questions from CASAC after we've reviewed the different health outcome evidence.
Anyone have any questions or comments at this point? Christina. Start with Christina.
Okay, thank you. So that was really some good information. So my question is related to the forest plots. So I have two questions. The first is, how do you decide on the order of the presentation of the forest plots? Because I could see if it's just kind of alphabetical by name, it may be more difficult to see a pattern. So I wanted to ask that question. And then second, were you able to examine for the short-term outcomes by specific days, like just look at lag of 0 or lag of 1? Because I know in the short term, it was just short term, and they could range from 0 to 5. So were you able to look at those individual ones because there may be patterns in specific days?
Yeah, those are both great questions. So for the first question, the order in the forest plots, generally speaking, and I should have mentioned this as I was kind of initiating folks to them. There's a column there that includes information on the concentration, the average concentration in the study area. And so the highest concentrations are at the top and the lower concentrations are at the bottom of the figure. And that's just one method. There are probably a multitude of methods that we could use to order them, but that's what we've typically used to order the forest plots. And for your second question about lag days, again, in the scientific considerations that we include in the annex to each of the health chapter, we highlight our preference for lag days. So generally, we prefer a multi-lag day over a single lag day. For respiratory effects, we will include a little bit of a longer lag. A 0 to 3 day lag is actually our preferred lag. For cardiovascular effects and mortality, generally we look at a little bit shorter, 0 and 1 or 0 and 2. But we kind of have to go by what's presented in each of the studies, and then we kind of go down our list of preference, and whatever our highest preferences that we find in the study, that's the one that typically goes into the forest plot.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Ed, you're next.
Thank you. Maybe I ought to defer first to Mark because the question I have has to do with some of the controlled exposure studies, and his name was on virtually every category.
Okay, well, we'll start with Mark.
Well, thank you, Ed. I don't know that you needed to do that because you have a little bit of experience yourself, but I have a couple of questions or comments, and the one is this issue of lag, which was just raised, and that is with regard to the cardiovascular effects, especially. I mean, in terms of the duration of effect for the respiratory effects, that really has been studied with ozone, and we kind of know what happens. You know, the time course of the drop in FEV1. We know a lot about that from the human clinical studies that have tested people with repeated exposures and whatnot. We know that you know, the effect is strongest in the hours immediately after the exposure, and then still present 24 hours, but less so. We don't really know that for the cardiovascular effects. As is pointed out in that presentation, you know, the most recent studies haven't shown effects, but I believe that all of the studies that were new to the 2020 ISA, the outcome measurements were limited to 24 hours after exposure. I know certainly for our Moses studies, in older adults, our last measurement of cardiovascular endpoints was about 18 hours after exposure. It was the next morning. Nobody's being looked at 36 or 48 hours after the exposure. And some of the EPI studies, the strongest effects were seen beyond one lag day. So, you know, I think there's a little bit of a caution there. Could these the human exposure studies be missing delayed cardiovascular effects? And so that's a remaining uncertainty. And recognizing, I think it's important to point that out in the assessment of the literature. It remains an unknown. The other thing that makes me think twice about cardiovascular effects is in our Moses study, the phase 2 of our Moses study, I mean, the main study was a human exposure study of 87 subjects that were looked at for a variety of cardiovascular effects. But then we also looked at the associations between their pre-study ambient exposures. So the subjects all had some personal monitoring for ozone, but we also looked at ambient monitors in the area for each of these subjects. And we were surprised to find a significant association between increasing ozone and decreasing heart rate variability that we did not see in the controlled exposure studies. And we saw effect, I mean, obviously the ambient effects were the ambient levels were much lower than the exposure levels we use in the experimental studies. So you got to ask yourself, why could that be? And in fact, the other thing that is not considered or addressed in the ISA is this discrepancy in general between the respiratory effects in the EPI studies and the human studies. You know, as you've shown nicely, the data show that, you know, it's hard to find effects below in exposure studies below about 60 parts per billion for a few hours or for 6.5 hours. But in the children's camp studies and all of the human studies, very suggestive of respiratory effects below the current standard of 70 and maybe even below 60. So why is that? And I don't know the answer to that, but I think maybe it has to do with the type of people that are studied in human studies, or maybe it has to do with the pollutant mix that is not occurring in the human exposure studies. It's pure ozone, and the rest of the stuff is being removed, and maybe some other oxidants that are in the ambient mix or that are not in the human studies are having an impact here. So I think those are uncertainties that could deserve more attention. Sorry.
Thank you. Did you want to comment, Tom, or anybody from EPA?
Just to say thank you for those comments. I think they are very well made, and that I agree that a more transparent discussion of lag times in the controlled human exposure studies and the EPI studies, whether it be for respiratory or cardiovascular, would be an improvement in the ISA. And then I'll just check real quick to see if Dr. Brown or Dr. Duffney wanted to reply or respond in any way.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing to that point you just made, which is that in the policy assessment, we typically do include a section that talks about future research needs, data gaps. And so if you think that that's an appropriate recommendation to make, that might be a good place for it to go in terms of thinking about looking into the future and what types of questions still need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move back to Ed.
Yeah, thank you. So let me ask the question. Thank you, Tom, for a very quick and a lot of data sort of shown, but I think very, very nicely presented to us, but raises a couple of questions, trying to sort of scratch our heads and think about it. And so I want to sort of direct this question maybe more to Mark Frampton than to EPA in terms of thinking. I mean, Tom mentioned this concern and deliberative process related to consistency and coherence in terms of looking within and across categories. And then, drawing some comments about the causality and the failure to sort of achieve those higher levels of causality because of the nature of the data that was available or the populations that were studied. And in the context particularly of controlled clinical chamber studies, I wanted to ask maybe Mark, not to put him too much on the spot, across the breadth of studies for cardiovascular patients who are participating in these studies, what the sense is of coherence or consistency of those populations across there. And so is it sort of a circular argument that we're not seeing the effects, the data isn't there, and so we're downgrading this because of concern for the more extreme or more unstable patients that could be evaluated in a chamber exposure?
Yeah, I think you're right to make the point that the human studies and the EPA presenters have mentioned this as well. The human studies obviously are studying pretty healthy people. I think virtually all of the studies that were presented certainly excluded people with any unstable cardiovascular disease. And I think all of them even excluded people with major risk factors for cardiovascular disease, such as diabetes or known stable coronary artery disease. So those people are not being studied largely for safety reasons. Our older population definitely was, we screened them ahead of time with an exercise session to make sure they weren't having any arrhythmias or ST depression during the thing. So we weren't likely to see it come out with ozone. So yes, that is a limitation of the human studies. And I think that is an important consideration when we come to talk about the PA and the weight that you put on those human studies in making a determination. But I think the ISA makes a good point that it's not just the lack of coherence across the epi and the human studies is it's the lack of epi morbidity when it comes to cardiovascular outpoints. That's an inconsistency that I think is appropriately highlighted in the ISA.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I think we're on to Rick Peltier.
Yeah, at risk of sounding a little redundant, my question was right aligned with Ed and Mark. Just to clarify, the shift in causality, which is a substantial shift, causality finding for short-term cardiovascular effects. When you look at the four streams of evidence, there's consistency for animal toxicology and epimorbidity, both of which find that it's likely to be causal, but then mortality is also consistent but null. And then we added in additional controlled human subjects who fit this kind of healthy model of measurement. How can we justify changing the causality determination based on one line of evidence that really isn't reflective of the broader population, particularly the susceptible population, which simply aren't included in these chamber studies because of the ethical risk of exposing them to something harmful? I guess I'm a little troubled that this change has occurred based on really what is one line of evidence stream. And I guess I'd like a little more explanation for the thinking on that.
No, I think that's a great question. And if I may, I'd like to start with a little bit of history. I know that we have a number of members of the previous CASAC panel from 2010 to 2014 on the current panel. They may recall that for the review that ended with the 2013 Ozone ISA, we actually came to CASAC and presented 3 different drafts of the ISA. For each of those drafts, EPA came to the meeting with a draft ISA that said suggestive for short-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular disease. For the first draft, that causality determination wasn't really even discussed. For the second draft, CASAC commented that they thought there was actually more evidence and that we should go back and look. EPA did that. We reassessed all of the evidence. For the third draft, we said that we still thought it was suggestive. When we came to CASAC with the third draft, they said, we still think that there is evidence showing associations with short-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular effects. And specifically, there's a new EPA controlled human exposure study, the Devlin 2012 study, that we want you to take a look at. And so we went back and based on multiple conversations with CASAC in the final 2013 Ozone ISA, we made the change to likely to be causal. So I feel like we were already kind of in this zone where we were going back and forth between suggestive and likely causal, and on recommendations of CASAC as well as our own evaluation of the evidence, we decided to say likely causal for the 2013 Ozone ISA. So I don't think that coming back down to suggestive at this point is really as big of a shift as it may seem to some folks. And then, yeah, I just want to also focus that we don't ever try to focus on just one line of evidence or scientific discipline. And here we're really trying to carefully balance the evidence from the 3 different lines of evidence that we have for short-term exposure to ozone and cardiovascular effects. The animal studies, which give us some indication of effects on blood pressure, some other effects, but not necessarily effects that would lead to what we consider morbidity. So even though we can detect changes in blood pressure, we're not saying that we're going from normal to hypertensive per se. And then for the EPI studies, when we're looking at the most common kinds of endpoints evaluated in the epidemiologic studies, these are emergency department visits or hospital admissions for different cardiovascular causes. That's where we were going through the forest plots, and we really didn't see a strong consistent pattern for ischemic heart disease or for stroke or for arrhythmias or dysrhythmias that we would want to see to kind of give us an indication that there is some pattern in the general population, including healthy people and people who may not be so healthy or who may be at risk or a sensitive subpopulation. And then when we combine that with the controlled human exposure studies where, you know, in the 2013 ISA, there were very few There was one late one that came in at the end that suggested that there may be some effects, but that couldn't really be replicated in the many newer studies that were available for the 2020 ozone ISA. And so all of that together, countless conversations, debates led us to come up to the suggestive of, but not sufficient to infer a causal relationship.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. George.
Yep, sorry, one more here, turn my video on. One hopefully final question. Could you comment, Tom, on the relative weight that EPA gave to the controlled human exposure studies versus the EPI for the short-term cardiovascular and mortality effects, and why? Because as I recall, I think more weight was given to the controlled human exposure, and as we've heard today and previous comments by others, including John Baums, there are a lot of limitations to the controlled human exposure studies when it comes to those health endpoints.
That's another really good question. And, we are constantly trying this balancing act of trying to weight everything appropriately, right? And I went through a very few slides at the beginning talking about the general strengths and some of the general uncertainties for each of these lines of evidence. But, there's a lot more nuance that goes into it. And I think that the strength of the controlled human exposure studies are, one, they can reduce some of the uncertainties about the independent effect of a pollutant on a health effect. In epidemiologic studies, we often can see a set of studies that show consistent associations, but it's harder to rule out confounding, especially from co-occurring pollutants, and controlled human exposure studies let us do that. I think that when the NACS process moves over to our colleagues in the Office of Air and Radiation, controlled human exposure studies can provide very important information on concentrations at which effects are observed. Because again, for epidemiologic studies, we have average ambient concentrations, but we don't know what people are actually being exposed to. Whereas in controlled human exposure studies, we do have those exposures that are fairly well defined. We know how much time and under what conditions. But again, they have some drawbacks as well. So we're generally talking about a small number of participants, generally healthy participants, whereas in an epidemiologic study, we may have millions of people, and we have people of all health statuses, from very, very healthy to very, very sick. So we try really hard to balance all of those. And I think when we're making a causality determination, we try not to weight one necessarily more than another. I think one might inform an aspect that contributes to the causality more than another, but overall, I think for the causality determination as a whole, we try to weight them all fairly evenly.
Okay, thank you.
Ed.
Just one quick comment, I guess, for Tom, for what it's worth at this point, and that is, it used to be the case, I think it still is the case, that the NACs are written for ozone and other photochemical oxidants, not just ozone per se, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. But if that is the case, that may sort of provide some indication as to how we might be thinking about the controlled clinical studies, which, as Mark Frampton pointed out, are typically ozone specifically, and ambient exposure epidemiology based work, which includes ozone and other photochemical oxidants. Thank you.
You're exactly right. So the Clean Air Act lays out 6 criteria pollutants. In this case, it's ozone and related photochemical oxidants. But as part of the NACS review, there is an indicator chosen for each one of those criteria pollutants. In this case, the indicator is ozone. So that's what we focus on most. But if there were studies on other related photochemical oxidants, those could definitely contribute to the NACS review. We see this also with oxides of nitrogen and oxides of sulfur, where nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide respectively have been chosen as the indicators, but we will include studies that look at NO or NOx in addition to NO2. It just so happens that, at least I'm most familiar with the epidemiologic studies, we see very few epidemiologic studies that look at any photochemical oxidants that are not ozone.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I'm just suggesting that, looking at the outside world, the mix may be more relevant and more appropriate given the phrasing in the Clean Air Act.
Yeah,
Thank
so if there was another indicator that could be chosen other than ozone, that would be something for the Office of Air and Radiation, I think, to focus on. We try to give them information on which indicator makes the most sense in the ISA, and then they choose the indicator.
Just one clarifying comment. The Clean Air Act doesn't actually list the criteria air pollutants. It's outside of the Clean Air Act, how
That's
that
right, yeah.
decided.
Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Michael.
Yeah, just an amplification on that point. While ozone is used as the indicator, it's important to keep in mind that the epidemiological studies and the panel studies include the related photochemical oxidants along with ozone, even though they're not being measured, whereas the controlled human studies and also the animal toxicology studies do not include those additional photochemical oxidants. So the net result might be a higher exposure to response relationship for the environmental and other studies that would not be seen in the controlled studies.
Yep, that's a great point that we should make sure we're considering as we're interpreting this evidence.
Okay, is that the end of the panel comments and questions for now? I think we'll invite EPA to continue with their presentation.
Okay, so I think we're on slide 43, and the next few slides will focus on evidence specifically from controlled human exposure studies that has become available since the cutoff for literature in the 2020 ISA. So these are studies that were not included in the 2020 ISA, but have recently become available. And again, Dr. Parker Duffney is going to walk us through these slides. So I will turn it over to Parker.
Thanks, Tom. We can go to the next slide. So to kind of aid in this reconsideration of the ozone standard, we wanted to look at any new controlled human exposure studies that have been published since the end of the 2020 ISA. So we did a provisional evaluation of these new studies that looked at respiratory and cardiovascular effects. The focus was controlled human exposure studies because they provide a strong cause-effect relationship to ozone. They've also been used as important grounds for causality determinations, especially for respiratory. And as has been mentioned before, the lack of consistency in controlled human exposure studies was one of the reasons for a shift to the suggestive for short-term cardiovascular in the 2020 ISA. Also, controlled human exposure studies are often pointed to as a grounds to help with EPA decision-making. So this all is outlined in the Duffney 2022 memo. And the figure on the right is kind of the strategy that we took as we searched PubMed for any potential new controlled human exposure study to ozone. So we cast our net really wide to try and make sure that we don't miss any studies that are out there. And that ended up giving us over 1,700 references to look at. We then used a multi-tiered screening process to eliminate studies that weren't actually controlled human exposure studies, weren't related to ozone, or were maybe at concentrations that were too high to be what we considered relevant for this evaluation. So at the end of this process, we ended up with 8 new references that dealt with controlled human exposure studies that in some way measured respiratory or cardiovascular endpoints. So the provisional evaluation looked at these 8 new studies, and they ranged an exposure concentration as low as 70 parts per billion and greater. All of the studies that looked at respiratory endpoints following ozone exposure provided evidence that was very consistent with what was presented in the 2020 ISA, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on that in the next slide. And as far as the studies reporting cardiovascular effects, similar to what we'd seen in the 2020 ISA, many of these reported no findings in response to ozone. And I'll go into that in a little bit more in a couple slides. But when we looked at these new studies in the context of the causality determinations and other broad conclusions from the ISA, we determined that these studies did not materially change the conclusions in the 2020 ISA. If you can go to the next slide, please. We'll start with the new controlled human exposure studies for respiratory effects. The majority of the new studies looking at respiratory endpoints used exposure concentrations of 100 to 200 parts per billion ozone, which obviously is a bit higher than what the current standard is. I did want to point out there was one new study, I think it's been brought up in public comment as well. This Hernandez et al. 2021 study did report significant FEV1 decrements in 14 adults exposed to ozone, and they were primarily at rest. And the concentration scheme that they used varied from 60 to 80 parts per billion, but averaged 70 parts per billion over a 6.6 hour period. So I'm going to draw your attention to the figure on the right, and Jim did a really good job earlier of setting this up. This figure is modified from the figure that was in the ISA, showing the 6.6 hour controlled human exposure studies, focusing on the ones that used below 100 parts per billion ozone exposure. So again, the x-axis is the ozone concentration that was exposure concentration, and the y-axis is the mean FEV1 decrement. And so as Jim has pointed out, all of these studies use quasi-continuous exercise, and the line on the graph represents the McDonald et al. Model for estimating mean FEV1 decrement based on quasi-continuous exercise. But to this figure, we added the cross that says primarily resting. This is the data that comes from the new Hernandez et al. Study, and a line that marks what the McDonald et al. 2013 model would predict for FEV1 decrement in a primarily resting population. And I want to point out, and it's written here at the bottom, for this Hernandez et al. Study, the mean FEV1 decrement was 2.5%. The confidence interval for that value is 0.3 to 4.7%. Again, this was a study done only in 14 individuals. But that 95% confidence interval includes what would be predicted from the McDonald et al. Model for FEV1 decrement, which is 0.5%. So this was a study that gave us an expansion of what we knew about exposures in resting populations. But taken as a whole, we found that these new controlled human exposure studies for respiratory effects really supported what was already presented in the 2020 ISA. So if you'll go to the next slide, we'll talk about the new controlled human exposure studies with cardiovascular effects. So again, this is presented in a table that's very similar to what I presented earlier. In the effects that were examined, the exposures that were used, and then kind of a summary of the different results that were achieved by these different new studies. And you can see, again, this is very similar to what was seen with the controlled human exposure studies for in the 2020 ISA, is that in general, there's a very lot of null relationship to ozone exposure. But we did see for certain endpoints like heart rate variability and systemic inflammation that there were some evidence of ozone impact on some of the measures of heart rate variability and systemic inflammation, although these were not always consistent within studies. And when you take this new data and kind of add it to what we had known from the 2020 ISA, we determined that this did not really impact our determination in the 2020 ISA. And I will point out too that there's another study that was looked at, the Rich et al. 2020 study, which evaluated how ambient pollution concentrations preceding ozone exposure affected measurements after the controlled human ozone exposure. So it didn't report new direct findings of ozone exposure, but looked more at like co-pollutant effects on how people responded to ozone. And those other reports have been published separately in the Rich et al. 2018, as well as a Balmes 2019 paper, which are both included here, and also the Rich paper was included in the prior ISA. So again, just taken all together, we didn't think that the new evidence from controlled human exposure studies warranted material differences on what was presented in the 2020 ISA. So I think we'll take questions. We can go.
Yeah, Parker, why don't we pause here for just a second, see if there are any questions on the new studies. Sure.
Any questions or comments? Jeremy.
Yeah, just a question. Since the committee had pretty substantial questions about the differential rating of the controlled versus the EPI studies, and the focus on the studies since 2020 were really just on the controlled studies. I'm wondering if you could kind of maybe comment on whether or not there were EPI studies conducted since 2020 that could potentially inform our review, especially with regard to the cardiovascular outcomes. I understand that you chose to focus on the controlled exposure data because that's where the evidence was stronger from the previous ISA, but I don't know that if anyone wants to kind of just talk about those EPI studies since.
No, that's a great point. Maybe Tom can point this out too. I'm sure there's probably more epidemiology data that has come out since, but I believe that one of the reasonings behind focusing on controlled human exposure studies is that a lot of the uncertainty that results from epidemiology study was unlikely to be solved within the short period of time since the end of the last ISA. Does that sound right, Tom?
Yep. Unless Scott or Steve want to weigh in.
No, I think, Tom, you did have a memo that addressed at least some of the newer studies that were brought up and part of the public comment period. And that memo, I believe, was provided to the panel.
That's right. We did do a review of any study that was mentioned in public comments, whether it was from CASAC or other members of the public, and determined that none of those studies at least would have materially changed our conclusions. Again, those were studies up and through 2020, though. We have not done any additional searching since then that I'm aware of.
Hey, I think I'm going to ask EPA if we can skip ahead to the welfare evidence and then come back to the life stages, because I think that's relatively speaking a more important topic, and I'm looking at the time.
Yep, I think that makes sense. If my colleagues Meredith Lassiter and Dr. Meredith Lassiter and Dr. Jeff Herrick are ready, I think we can go ahead and move on to slide 50.
Yes, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. And again, my name is Meredith Lassiter. I was the welfare effects lead for the 2020 ISA, and I'll be joined by my colleague, Jeff Herrick, who is the lead on the ecological effects appendix. So what we're going to do is I'm going to first hand the presentation over to Jeff. He's going to cover the scope of the ecological effects, and then I'm going to go through the causality determinations for ecological effects. And then Jeff will follow up with the exposure response information. And then we'll conclude the welfare effects section with discussion of the climate effects on ozone.
Thanks, Meredith. I'm Jeff Herrick. I've been working on these ozone ISAs for almost 15 years now. So I just want to back up for our scope, sort of the wider lens of things to the Clean Air Act, just so you understand what the scope is sort of lined up and how it's lined up in the Clean Air Act. And here we just have a little section of the 1970 Clean Air Act where welfare effects include but aren't limited to soils, water, crops, vegetation, animals, wildlife. And we're going to talk a little later about climate. So these are the things we're going to focus on the next few slides. Can I get the next slide, please? So since 1970 or so, there's been several previous assessments. And so we know a lot about the effects of ozone on plants and ecosystems. And we had a limited, as Tom alluded to earlier, we had a limited time frame for this assessment. And so we did a few things. Is we limited our focus on the organism level and above. So like a single plant, what you can measure on a single plant or a single animal and above, and didn't focus as much on the, biochemistry and physiology internally, because we already established the biological plausibility. The causality determinations were also informed by the 2013 ISA, which is not that long ago, and some of you remember that. And as we alluded to earlier, we used the PICOS model. We modeled that for health, but it's not really designed for health, so we sort of adapted it for the ecological literature. And you can find what we did with that in Appendix 10 on Table 10-3. And one of the major things we did is we limited studies that were already causal in 2013 we just limited our search to North America instead of the whole world, because if we already know something's causal, like plant growth is affected by ozone, and it just didn't make sense to look throughout the whole world for that. But if it was causal, if it was likely causal, it had no causal determination in 2013, we used, sorry, I'm getting distracted. I gotta close my Teams. There's a lot of messages coming up. So we used all the whole world geographically if it was already a causality statement, or if there was a likely causal determination. And then, like the health assessment, we looked at concentrations of ozone within an order of magnitude within the US. Can I get the next slide? So I heard on the last call in June, I think it was, some concern that there wasn't a thorough look at the ecological literature and what was focused on and on the PA and other documents. And I just want to walk you through a little bit some of the searching we did for the ecological literature. So as might have been said before, our literature went up to March 2018. And the last 2013 ISA, the literature cutoff date was July 2011. So we did a search from January 1st, 2011 to March 30th, 2018. And within that period, we found a lot of, obviously doing searching through that many years, you found a lot of information. Appendix 8 also include a lot older studies, older than 2011, and that's for context, or some of the only studies in that endpoint. Some of the studies were only older studies for that endpoint. So we did a title and abstract screen for 2,683 studies. We did a full text screen for almost 1,000 studies. Total new citations was almost 200. And then as you can see in Appendix 8, we had 337 older studies previous to 2011 in that appendix. And the total citations were about 536. So we did a pretty thorough job of looking through the literature. The next slide, please. And I'm gonna turn it over to Meredith to go through the causality determinations that we went through in the 2020 ISA.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. So the ecological effects of ozone are observed across multiple levels of biological organization. And so if you look to the lower left of the slide, starting at the cross section of a leaf, when ozone gets taken up into leaves, that leads to physiological damage at the cellular and biochemical level, which then affects individual plants, which can cascade up to effects on ecological populations and communities. And some of the ecosystem level effects of ozone include effects on nutrient and biogeochemical cycling, water cycling, and productivity, for example. So shown on the right side of the slide are the 12 causality determinations for ecological effects from the 2020 Ozone ISA, organized by scale of ecological organization, biological organization. So of those 12 causality determinations, 7 were retained from the 2013 ISA, and one of the likely to be causal determinations from 2013 was upgraded to a causal. In addition, there were 3 new endpoints in the 2020 ISA that were not included in 2013. And then we had 1 causal determination 2020 that is now a standalone causality determination. I'll go into each of these in more detail, but on the figure here, the causal determinations are shown in dark green, and the likely to be causal are indicated in the lighter color. All right, next slide, please. So starting with the endpoints that were causal in the 2013 ISA and also in the 2020 ISA. So these are visible foliar injury, reduced plant growth, and reduced crop yield. So for each of these 3 endpoints, there are decades of experimental evidence from controlled exposures using multiple experimental designs, and effects are documented in a wide range of vegetation. Visible foliar injury caused by ozone is unique, and so therefore it's something you can use as a diagnostic for ozone injury. So on the right side, the right upper photo there shows characteristic ozone injury, foliar injury in tulip poplar, which is a common eastern forest tree species. So again, there's over 6 decades of research on foliar injury in many tree, shrub, herbaceous, and crop species, and these are verified in multiple experimental settings. In addition, in the 2020 ISA, we included a recent global scale synthesis by Bergman et al. That included ozone visible foliar injury. Now for reduced plant growth, in addition to the decades of experimental evidence for reduced growth and biomass accumulation, there are robust exposure response relationships for 11 tree species and 10 crop species. And Jeff will go into more detail on these exposure response functions later in the presentation. And reduced crop yield is documented in several decades of research, and that includes major US commodity crops such as soybean and corn. Next slide. So next are the ecosystem level endpoints that were causal in the 2013 ISA, and the evidence continues to support a causal relationship in the 2020 ISA. So for reduced productivity, it's well understood that ozone reduces plant productivity. So much of the new evidence strengthens the previous conclusions while providing more information on mechanisms. And ozone also affects below ground processes such as decomposition, soil carbon, and soil nitrogen. So there are many studies documenting these effects, and the direction and magnitude of response vary with species, the site, and the time of exposure. Next slide, please. So the next category of causal relationships are the likely to be causal relationships from 2013 that continue, the evidence continues to support that likely to be causal relationship. So 2 other ecosystem level processes, reduced carbon sequestration and altered ecosystem water cycling, were likely to be causal. And again, they're still likely to be causal in 2020. The evidence for reduced carbon sequestration is supported by additional observations from the Aspen Face experiment, as well as regional and global scale model simulations of terrestrial carbon sequestration. And evidence for altered ecosystem water cycling included ozone effects on plant water regulation via stomatal conductance. And there are limited studies that link these changes in plant anatomy and function to whole ecosystem processes such as soil moisture and stream flow. Next slide. So the next category of causality determinations are new causal conclusions that we made in the 2020 ISA for ecological effects. So the first one is for altered terrestrial community composition. The differences in ozone sensitivity between species lead to significant changes in terrestrial community composition. So as ozone sensitive species decline over time, ozone tolerant species become more dominant, which changes the composition of the terrestrial community. So this determination was likely to be causal in 2013 And there's now more evidence for shifts in community composition from both forest and grasslands, resulting in a change from likely to be causal to causal in the 2020 ISA. And ozone affects metrics of plant reproduction, such as flower number, fruit size, seed number, and rate of seed germination. So in the 2013 ISA, reduced plant reproduction was included within the growth causality determination. And there's been new analyses published since the 2013 ISA that provide strong and consistent evidence for negative effects of ozone on plant reproduction. And this includes a meta-analysis by Leisner and Ainsworth. And there's also more evidence available since 2013 that plant reproductive tissues are directly affected by ozone exposure, in addition to indirectly through alterations in the plant carbon pools. So this increased research and synthesis warranted a separate causality category, yes, for reduced plant reproduction. So next slide. So in addition to effects on plants, ozone can alter ecological interactions between plants and insects. And many of these plant-insect interactions are mediated by plant volatile signaling compounds, such as floral fragrances, that the plants use to signal to other community members. So ozone not only affects the emission of these signals from plants, but it can also break down the signals in the air column so that the scents do not travel as far because they are modified. So new studies show reduced detection of volatile plant signaling compounds by insects, including pollinators, under elevated ozone conditions. So another causality determination that was new for the 2020 ISA was altered herbivore growth and reproduction. For insects that feed on ozone-exposed vegetation, there are both new and older studies showing significant effects on insect growth and reproduction. However, there's not a clear directionality of response for most of the effects, and available studies were focused on aphids, beetles, and caterpillars. So the final causality determination in the 2020 ISA for ecological effects was for increased tree mortality. So there was previous evidence for declines in conifer forest in several regions, and the 2020 ISA included a large-scale multivariate analysis by Dietz and Moorcroft that evaluated tree mortality. And ozone significantly increased tree mortality in 7 out of 10 plant functional types in the eastern and the central US. And there's also experimental evidence showing increased mortality in sensitive aspen tree genotypes. So I'll now turn the presentation over to Jeff to talk about the exposure indices and the exposure response.
Thank you, Meredith. So beyond the actual causality determinations, some important pieces of information in the ISA are the exposure indices and the exposure response, which is a big issue when we're reviewing the standards. So there's a whole section 8.13 in Appendix 8 on this subject, and it's a focus a lot of the review. So ever since the late 90s, there's been a focus on exposure indices that accumulate over a season and differentially weight higher hourly concentrations and include mid-level values. Those are exposure indices like W126 and AOT40. And we believe, and we found through the literature, that this is the best approach for developing exposure response functions in the US. And below at the bottom is the weighting function for the W126. And it's a sigmoidally weighted, so on the bottom you'd have the hourly concentrations from a monitor, and that's the weighting function at the bottom. And the W126 is just a constant in that weighted sum. So basically it's a weighted sum over the whole season because plants don't go back inside, they can't avoid ozone, so they are exposed to it throughout the growing season. In Europe and other places, there has been some information, this is the second bullet, on ozone flux, and that's the amount of ozone being taken up by the plant through the stomates and through other resistances into the plants and getting beyond plant defenses. And this has been, there's data out there for this, but it's not been in the US. I mean, some of the limitations in the US have been the difficult to measure it directly because you can model it, you can measure it. It's very difficult. You got to know the somatoconductance of all the different kinds of plants. And the most important limitation we have is there's little information that's been published on US plants and ecosystems about how that affects, if any measurements or modeling of fluxes, how that affects the vegetation. So we mentioned that in the ISA, but we don't have a lot of exposure, any dose response functions from the ozone flux. Have the next slide, please. And so most of the information is from open top chambers done in the 1980s and the 1990s. And open top chambers, if you don't know, these are chambers that are out in the field, about a meter high or so. There's salinity curve, they have an open top, and they have clear plastic on the outside, and you can expose them to a variety of air pollutants. And in the 1980s, crop functions were developed for 10 commodity crops, and those are on the left of that table, like soybean, corn, other important crops. And in the 1990s, there was a similar sort of program for trees, where tree seedlings, small trees, were grown in open top chambers in the field over 1 or 2 growing seasons. And those are listed, those 11 tree seedlings that we had access to in the last few ISAs, including the 2020 ISA. So we have about 11 tree seedlings that we talk about, and those all come from a report done by Lee and Hogsett in 1996. And all those curves were put together there. Now I have these red asterisks because in June 2022, Henry Lee, the same person that published the 1996 report, resurrected a lot of that data from his old computers and found other species and other experiments from those same species, and published a paper in Atmospheric Environment and added 6 more species to this list, but also was unable to find the loblolly pine data. So right now in the literature, there's about 16, and this was using more modern statistics available to us now in 2022. So that's sort of the basis for a lot of the exposure response, especially in the tree seedling side. We also talk about, in the ISA, we talk about this final bullet on the bottom about a recent European review using AOT40 response functions in 2013 by Van Goth et al. Using grassland and herbaceous species. And many of the plants in that study are European plants, but we do have 17 native plants in that list and 65 introduced plants to the US. So there's some information in that European study that's relevant and could inform response functions for those annual plant species. Next slide, please. And so I just wanted in this last slide just to show you how these open top chambers can perform out in the field when you don't have any chambers. So if you're not familiar with FACE experiments or free air experiments, these are large experiments, about 3 meter in diameter circular plots where ozone is sprayed onto these plots in either a soybean field or a forest. And you can look at how ozone in the center of these plots, you can look at how this elevated ozone is affecting the growth of soybean or the yield of soybean and the growth of quaking aspen. So I put 2 figures from our 2020 ISA. These also were available in the 2013 ISA, just demonstrating that these open top chambers actually are doing pretty well when you have enough data to have a comparison. So the left-hand side is soybean. So on the left-hand side, we have percent yield loss due to ozone. The x-axis is the 90-day 12R W126. As you see, it's going up. It's a little hard to see these lines, but the middle line is the composite function for the open top chambers and the free air. So if you look at if you compare the 7 curves from 7 genotypes grown at soy face in Illinois, the free air, and you compare that to 11 curves from 5 genotypes grown in open top chambers, they line up pretty well. So that's giving us some confidence that these crop functions are pretty good. And the right-hand side is sort of a similar study. We're kind of flipping around the axes a little bit. Biomass is of the tree. The above ground biomass is on the x-axis and the y-axis. I mean, on the x-axis is the 90-day W126. And as you can see, the elevated is on the right and the ambient's on the left. And as you go through time from 1998 to 2003, the trees are getting bigger. And you can see there's an effect of that elevated ozone in the face study, but also what we have superimposed on there are the lines of the composite functions from open top chambers. And so it actually in the first few years, you can see 1998, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, and up to 2003, it shows that it can predict these effects pretty well. And beyond that, we need to start looking at that as well. But it gives us some confidence that these open top chambers are pretty accurate when they're estimating biomass loss in these controlled experiments. And after that, I'm gonna swing it back to Meredith for the climate slides.
Yes, next slide, please.
Meredith, do we want to pause there and just see if there are questions about the ecological exposure response before getting into the climate?
Sure, we could do that. There's 2 climate slides, so we could either go through them or pause for questions.
Yeah,
either way.
there are quite few climate slides, so if it's preferable, Leanne, to just sort of wrap, and that will kind of conclude the presentation. I mean, we would go back to Steve Dutton once we got to the end of these. Would you rather we do that and then take questions on the sort of welfare as a whole? Great.
I don't see hands up and we don't have a lot of time left. So for both reasons, I think probably just go through the climate and then we'll open it up.
Okay, perfect.
Sure, okay. So tropospheric ozone is a greenhouse gas and it traps the long wave radiation emitted by the surface in the lower atmosphere. And this effect is quantified as radiative forcing. So ozone is the 3rd most important greenhouse gas behind CO2 and methane. And in the 2020 ISA, there were 2 causality determinations for ozone effects on climate. And they're shown here in the figure from the 2020 ISA. The evidence comes from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Assessment Report and its supporting references. And then we pulled in a few more recent studies that builds upon the evidence in the 2013 ISA. So there were no changes in these causality determinations from the 2013 ISA. Next slide. So for radiative forcing, that recent evidence continues to support the causal conclusion in the 2013 ozone ISA of a causal relationship between tropospheric ozone and radiative forcing. And the modeling studies that were newly available support and reinforce these previous estimates. And then the second causality determination, in the 2013 ISA, temperature, precipitation, and climate-related variables were referred to as climate change. And then we wanted to really indicate where the evidence was. So that's why we went more detailed to say temperature, precipitation, and climate for the 2020 ISA. And again, this was a likely to be causal relationship. And consistent with previous estimates, the effect of tropospheric ozone on global surface temperature through radiative forcing continues to be estimated at 0.1 to 0.3 degrees Celsius. And then tropospheric ozone changes likely have impacts on other climate metrics. And again, I mentioned those precipitation and atmospheric circulation patterns, but they're more difficult to quantify precisely. So at this point, we can take any questions on either the ecological effects or the climate portion.
Thank you. Does anybody on the panel have any? Danica.
Yes, hi. I have 2 questions, one related to the plant impacts and one related to the the climate causality impacts. And I'll start with the climate causality impacts. Just on what you just presented, have you considered any of the evidence from indirect effects on vegetation to climate in your causality, or is it only direct effects? And if so, why? Why do you, or do you not include, I guess, the indirect effects of vegetation?
We did not include the indirect effects on vegetation as a causality determination. However, we do discuss that in the ISA.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because I think the impact on vegetation can change water cycling and those processes, for example. And then my other question, I guess, Jeff, this is directed at you. Just in looking at, I think it was figure 817 that you showed in one of your last slides, I was noticing that it looks like some of the biomass losses are, the curves are stronger negative curves as biomass gets higher. And so I'm kind of curious, does this mean that the ozone is impacting older growth forests and trees more than younger stands?
Let me see. So you're saying that
so the curves at the top of the start at the top of the graph with the higher biomass seem to have stronger negative correlations than the curves at the bottom. And so it seems like with higher biomass, potentially older forests, for example, will have stronger negative correlations.
Yeah, I think what you're saying. So the results from the FACE study, you mean the dots or the lines? Sorry, I'm just trying.
Without looking at it right now, what I remember is the 817, that figure.
Yeah,
and
I know what you're talking about. I need to think about it, but these are the open top chambers are based on percentages. So the larger the tree, the larger it was the y-axis on that was a biomass, and so I think it might just be a math thing where there's higher percentages with that. It looks bigger with that because it's a percent loss. But the actual FACE data is the FACE above ground data. So there was a larger biomass.
Right. I thought I saw the y-axis was biomass, and so
yeah, it's biomass grams per meter squared. So
yeah, so that's not a percent loss though. That's like the actual biomass loss. But I guess there's only 2 points.
Okay, I need to think about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
We can get back to it on that for sure.
All right, thank you. Judy.
This question for Meredith, that for Appendix 9 of this 2020 ISAs heavily rely on AR5 fifth assessment report. I was wondering that since the 6th assessment report, AR6, has been coming out for quite some time now, have you looked at the changes in radiative forcing and global surface temperature change in the past 10 years? Because it's been, the reference to site is 2013, so it's been quite some time.
I might hand this question off to Chris Weaver.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I can answer that, Judy. Yeah, no, you're right. And the AR6 assessment report, working group 1 report came out in,
beginning of this year.
It came out about a year ago, the working group 1 report. So after, of course, the cutoff date. There's new information, there's new science, of course, as far as the sort of radiative role of ozone in the climate system, and then the kind of downstream effects of that radiative forcing due to ozone on temperature really isn't hardly any difference in the numbers that we see. So, that again, that is that's the proportion of the total greenhouse effect that's provided by ozone compared to other major greenhouse gases like CO2 and methane and so on. And it's harder to disentangle the temperature effect that is due to ozone alone because it's all a mixture of greenhouse gases, right? But there's no information that in the AR6 that would substantially change any of the conclusions in Appendix 9.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard.
Thank you. For Jeff, I was wondering, when I was reading through the ISA, and unless I missed it, and I hope I didn't, but has there been much of a literature on the interaction now of the ozone effects with climate change, like warming, rising CO2, things like that? I know that there have been ozone drought interaction studies, but I'm wondering more about some of these other aspects of climate change.
But there's definitely, CO2 interactions, as you know, from the FACE experiment, but those CO2 levels are well above 500. So it's hard. So there is that, and I think there's been some drought experiments, but not lately. But the major factor they've had is CO2. But the problem with that is it's like 500, 560 parts per million, and we're at what, 410 right now. So it's hard to look at that interaction at the current state. But in the future, of course, there'll be higher growth in plants, and if they're higher ozone, you might have higher growth in the higher CO2, but still lower growth with ozone. Is that where you're getting at?
Well, I know about those interactions, and I know we're getting late, so I don't want to belabor it, but I was thinking more about, with a warming climate and then precipitation becoming more stochastic and stuff. It just seems to me the ISA needs a section on that specifically addresses these interactions with these various aspects of climate change.
I get you. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions on this section? Questions or comments? We're at time, but we just skipped a little bit of the presentation, so I'm going to ask for indulgence for people who can stay to stick around for the life stages, and if you can't stay, that's the way it is. So we'll go back to those slides.
All right, well, if we could go back to slide 47, please. This is Tom Lubin again. I just have 3 slides to go through quickly. I'm going to review the determinations made about at-risk populations and life stages in the 2020 Ozone ISA. And we can go already to slide 48, please. The primary or the health-based NACs are intended to protect public health, including sensitive groups with an adequate margin of safety. But we need to keep in mind that the NACs are not no-risk standards. An adequate margin of safety is considered by the EPA administrator, not just for the general public, but for sensitive groups as well. And so the 2020 Ozone ISA relied on the 4-category framework presented here for identifying at-risk populations or life stages. This is a framework that we've used in previous integrated science assessments. And the 4 categories are either adequate evidence, suggestive evidence, inadequate evidence, or evidence of no effect. And so if we go to the next slide, we applied the framework to studies that provided information for different at-risk or sensitive populations. And in general, the results were very similar to what we saw in the 2013 Ozone ISA. Briefly, the 2020 Ozone ISA included that there was adequate evidence to indicate that children, older adults, people with pre-existing asthma, outdoor workers, and individuals with reduced intake of certain nutrients were at risk for ozone. There was also evidence the evidence was suggestive for 2 groups, lower SES populations, as well as people with pre-existing diabetes, pre-existing obesity, and finally, the evidence was inadequate for the remaining populations that we considered, for which there was evidence. And that was it for me. So if there are questions on either of those 2 slides or on the at-risk populations or life stages, I'm happy to address those.
Thank you. And I open it up for any last questions or comments from EPA. We will, of course, at our September meeting have access to folks from EPA where we can ask more clarifying questions as we need to, but it's super helpful to have this information from EPA several weeks before we're going to deliberate on the material. So I really appreciate your presentation and the distillation that you gave us. Does any panelists have any additional questions or comments? It looks like Steve, you have something you want to say, so I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Well, not seeing any other hands up, I would just like to also thank the panel for giving this opportunity to walk you through the ISA, and thank the team for doing such a great job distilling down a tremendous amount of information that went into that document, and even reminding us of some of the novel new approaches that we're exploring, including the PICOS framework and the kind of documented individual study quality evaluations that we actually kicked off as part of this review, but we're continuing to evolve in future ISAs. Those are not new concepts to us. We've always started off our reviews with a carefully determined scope, and we've always looked at all the aspects of study quality that we find most important, but kind of putting those into this framework that we used in the Ozone ISA for the first time has really allowed us to do that in a more transparent manner. And hopefully that comes across in this document and in some of the presentations that we gave today. So again, just thank you again for your time, and thank my team for all the effort.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And I thank everyone for your input and participation today. And I think I'll turn it over to Aaron to close the meeting.
Yes, so thank you again, EPA, for your presentation, and also to all the public commenters. I'd just like to remind the public commenters, if you either have written comments or copies of your oral statements, please send those in to me so that they can be put on the website and referenced. With that, I thank the panel again. We'll follow up with some deadlines for your preliminary comments, and we will meet again on Monday, September 12th. We'll see you all then.